Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? Am I like super quiet? I bet I am. We're cranking this up. I don't know why I'm so quiet. Hopefully that makes things a little bit better. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I'm trying to get my windows organized here. Just gone silent. No big deal. I'm not super late. I'm only a little late. I'm super gay. Okay. So guys, we got a little show to do, I guess, right? Like we're going to do that in just a second. Whenever I can figure out what I'm doing with these stupid chat windows. Oh my God. Oh, okay. So I wrote down some topics and we're going to discuss those, but there's a really big topic that hit that I hadn't seen when I was making the link. And we're going to add that to the roster. Am I even a real streamer? No, I'm not. Real streamers have zany sound drops and stuff. They sit around doing strange things. Okay, so yay for non-existent show prep. No, I did show prep. I did show prep on every other topic. This was just way more important. Let's pull up a preview of the topic. I don't think we're going to start with it, but we're going to get here. We're going to get here. This is important. This is legitimately important. Right there. Guaranteeing fair banking for all Americans. Executive order of President Trump, August 7th, 2025. This is so fucking important and monumental. I can't even describe it. I can't even describe it. The banks. It's the banks. It's the banks. It's the banks. The banks are the key, the final piece of the social justice stranglehold rests in the banks and the payment processors, and getting the government to first recognize that it needs to change, and second, taking the first real affirmative steps towards doing it. We have Donald Trump, who was debanked himself. He was himself debanked. The idea of removing people from the monetary system based on unpopular political opinions, speech, or any other type of opinions is abhorrent. The idea that you can prevent people from transacting business. And you may say, well, sure, it's a bank and the bank has the freedom to do business with whomever it wants. It's just one entity with just one person or whatever, just one other entity. Just two entities sharing a contract and some sex or whatever. But that's not true. That's not true, because banks handle and police federal currency. They handle and police federal currency. They are performing a quasi-government function. We just prefer to have it done by the private sector. But having the private sector remove the ability to transact business from someone is unreal, because the banks are an oligopoly, and they always have been. They always have been. They aggregate power. They set prices. The Federal Reserve Bank literally sets the interest rate. It decides how much money is worth over time, which is crazy to think about. And so these entities cannot be allowed when they control the method of exchanging a nation's currency, cannot be allowed to prevent someone from engaging in that, even at the individual level, without severe justification. We're talking criminal acts, things like fraud, things like that are how, of course, we have to we have to let banks be able to shut accounts down and stuff like that. But we cannot allow them to just pick people based on social media, based on opinions, based on mass media, based on anything, to not be able to access currency in its current form and the ability to transact it. Like this is amazing. So we're going to get to this later as well, as we get into this show. Even with fraud, people should be allowed to bank, let the courts handle the crimes. I agree. But you could understand why if a bank is reasonably able to detect fraud in an account, they could shut the account down. But removing them from banking, putting them on the MasterCard match list. The MasterCard match list, which prevents you from being able to access payment processing for the majority of payment processors without having to pay a premium and go to a high risk, low trust processor. The idea that this list exists and that people can be put on it for unclear and private reasons because it's a private entity dealing with another private entity is crazy. Even though it's literally a list for all the other private entities to gang up on the one that is on it. This is a good day. This is a good day. So we're going to talk about that as we go. We'll probably read through the order at some point here. But let's get into some of these stories, I guess. We'll see. PayPal being shady. The Black Blade. Yes, that is a Fresca. It's delicious. Holy shit. Give me a moment. I have to do something annoying. Oh my God. I got it. Sorry. I got a new phone. Okay. I got a new phone. And because I got a new phone, I moved apps over onto the new phone. And one of those is an app I use to keep track of stories that I collect throughout the day. And when I did that, it delinked my computer from it. That fucking bastard. So while it syncs up, we have been receiving a couple super tips. We got some yesterday, and we've gotten some on this show. If you haven't seen super tips, here's what they look like.
Costa isn't just standing on their graves. He desecrated their graves, ground their remains into mortar, and used their headstones to build a temple to his profane god of government protectionism.
There you go. This is, of course, talking about Acosta interviewing the AI, the AI child who was murdered in the Parkland massacre. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing that why isn't this working? Pretty amazing that they were willing to do this. They were willing to co-opt the voice of a dead child. And after all the fuss that was made about Alex Jones and how sacrosanct and sacred dead children are, especially children killed in a mass shooting at a school. And the reason that they're sacred is because they're the politician's best friends, right? The regulator's best friend is the dead child that died by the thing they want to regulate. And so to see someone who's in that camp of pro regulation of firearms utilize a dead child recreated through AI to deliver a political message that we will never be able to verify that the child actually held is it's pretty disgusting. But okay, so this isn't working. Let me get the story. I'll send him to me somewhere else, I guess. We've got some fun stuff here. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Maybe. I don't know. I don't make these promises. What's up, Rita? Hola. How are you?
The use of abominable intelligence to resurrect the dead is an affront to the Omnissiah. Commence purification protocol. Prepare the candles, flame, and stinky sacred oil. Machina Deus.
Beautiful, beautiful. Jim tells you, says they're all in the email I sent you, lol. No, like they're not.
You need to make Pressure Queen version 1 your new outro song. It is too good to not use on a daily basis. I'm only disappointed that Micropene didn't make the cut.
It might. When we redo Pressure Queen volume 1, version 1, whatever, as a slow ballad, as a, like a nice rock ballad instead of a throbbing 80s pump up jam. Oh my God. We might do that. We might do that soon. I don't think we're going to do it tonight. Tonight we have to finish the meatballs. Got to finish the meatballs. Always finish your balls. Why is this not here? Oh my God. I'm so pissed. We'll figure that out. We're gonna have we've got some other things I want to do coming up. I've invited another lawyer. He's on Twitter. His name is Ryan Mullaney, something like that. I want to get his name right. Oh, where did it go? I can find it better this way. I'm terrible at this. Mullally, Ryan Mullally. He's on Twitter as an American deist. And he's a lawyer. He talks about originalism and natural law quite a bit. And he has this ongoing argument with Destiny, which mirrors the debate I had with Destiny about presidential immunity. And in it, Destiny, of course, asks the same bullshit question, right? Like the same one that he kept asking me. Well, what if Trump ordered SEAL Team 6 to go murder Obama and his whole family? Be like, well, impeach him. Why is this hard? Like, would he have immunity? Probably. He's commander-in-chief of the military, ordering them to strike someone would be an official act. The question, of course, relies on so many assumptions that are probably false. Like, would the Navy SEALs, would SEAL Team 6 actually go hit the Obamas? No, I don't think so. I don't think Trump, look, I walked up to those SEALs, I grabbed them by the pussy, but I felt a log there. I felt a log. I told them, the Obamas, they've got to go. They've got to go. We've had some good families in America, not this one so much, but they've got to go. Like, you think SEAL Team 6 is just like, oh yeah, we'll go kill an ex-president and his whole family. It's fine. We'll just do that. No big deal. Yes, sir, Mr. President. That seems like a lawful order you could give, and there would be no questioning of it. But if for some reason they did, like, let's say Trump made, we're in the hypothetical in the land of lunacy. So let's say Trump makes a credible case that Obama is a foreign agent. We won't pick the obvious of Kenya or whatever. We won't do that. But let's say Trump puts together a thing and finds out that Obama has gone full Muslim and is paired up with ISIS or something like that, and is providing material support and the aid of his former office and the connections that he made to an enemy of the United States. And he says, this guy is a political monster and we have to take him out. Now, he can't kill him. You can't deploy SEAL Team 6 to kill someone in the United States. So it would have to be on a foreign mission of Obama's. We know that he could kill Obama if he was in the Yemen, right? Like we learned that with what was his name? Anwar al-Awlaki, right? We determined then that we can drone strike an American citizen who is reasonably accused of being associated with a foreign terrorist agency under the authorized use of military force. The president has the power to do that. I don't think he should, not with an American citizen. Personally, I don't think he should be able to do that. But we learned that he can. He can do that. So Trump could drone strike Obama in Yemen if he made some very clear case that Obama was working with an enemy of the United States. Is this going to happen? No. Even if he was, it's not going to be found out and on display, and they're not going to drone strike Obama. Plus, they'd be worried that, you know, Michelle would jump up and knock it down like a Dennis Rodman block, right? Just knock the drone out of the sky. Save her girlfriend, Barry, from certain death. But we know that's not going to happen. But in the event that all of this did happen, and he did have the Navy SEALs use a drone, kill Obama in a foreign country under the authorized use of military force with a reasonably justifiable case, then yeah, he can do it. Of course he can. He's the president, commander-in-chief, and he has a legitimate purpose that is within the bounds of his authority. And it's established authority, and it's an established process that satisfies due process requirements of the Fifth Amendment. He can do it. And if he does it, okay. And if you don't like it, you don't get to arrest the president for murder. You have to impeach him first. You have to strip him of the immunity that comes with the office because you strip him of all powers of office as president. And if you found out that he forged the documents or made some sort of other, you know, like some other thing to justify the killing of a political opponent, then you go after that. After impeachment. It's just after impeachment. And Destiny is so fucking dense. He's like, well, they'll never impeach president. Like they're like, oh yeah, Trump could drone strike Obama and they wouldn't impeach him. Are you fucking kidding? Like, of course they're going to impeach him after that. Like that, they will. And they'll win. He'd go out. But this is what happens when your entire life is focused on solely debate. You get into this academic analysis of everything where everything goes. Like it's the economic analysis of all other things remain equal as they were. We just changed this one variable. And then what's the outcome? It's like, well, but all other things wouldn't be equal. It's not possible for all other things to be equal. Changes don't happen in a vacuum, and you can't just change one variable. These have rippling effects and impacts, which is why economics is a soft science, right? Like we can guess what might happen and what those ripple effects might be, but we won't ever be able to know for sure. And it's the same thing here. You can't just say that, oh, let's say President Trump ordered the assassination of his political opponents by sending Navy SEAL Team 6. And just assume that they're going to comply. Assume that no one will stand up to the unlawful order. Assume that there is no justifiable reason for doing so because that would ruin the premise of the question and all these things. Just assume that all this other stuff has happened. Everything we know is the same, and Trump just kills him out of malice. If he killed him out of malice, he'd be impeached and then tried for murder, and he'd go to prison for the rest of his life. It'd be obvious. Trump said he could walk down Fifth Avenue, like a long time ago. He said he could walk down Fifth Avenue and shoot people in the head and they wouldn't prosecute him. Well, they would just have to impeach him first. It's not that hard. But anyway, so I've invited Ryan to come on the show, talk about natural law and stuff. And we'll probably talk about his ongoing debate with Destiny. I don't know, like Destiny responds to him too, which is pretty great. All right, here we go. Here we've got more of these.
The way your hair is thinning, you're going to be making skinny pizza casserole soon. You just need some grease and skin flakes.
Don't worry. I'm counting on it. But my hair isn't thinning. I'm pulling them out one at a time, and I'm weaving a nest because I'm going to roost. How dare you?
That song is too good for Kurt. It needs to be sung by a man with hair like mine. It's obviously a Weird Al song making fun of Kurt.
There you go.
Daily reminder that Monty is a warm shrimp being dipped in Kurt's brother butter, Micropene having melon fucking pedo, just in case anyone didn't know, forgot. Also, do you have a contact at Super Tips like you did at Rumble about the censored words, phrases? I'm running out of creative workarounds here, my favorite Mayo monkey.
I have been told that at some point, censorship and moderation will be put in the hands of the streamer, but I don't know how much. Like, I have a little bit of control over it, but I don't know how much I'll get.
What's up, partner? Just wanted to pull up and remind all y'all YT bread ass banned word that King Tut's DNA is a 96% match to Western Europeans. Truth is, you all were once kings and other such things.
And other such things. I like that. I like that. Man, guys, I woke up to a chat that said, hey, did you know Ronnie O'Neal was sentenced today? And I was like, huh? But it turned out, I was like, I thought he was already sentenced, but it turned out to be like clickbaity and not real. Okay, let's get into the first. Should we do Gina Carano first? Should we do the Gina Carano story first? Let's rephrase that. Let's rephrase that. Okay. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Did this work? There we go. Okay, I found a way to get these to me really quickly. Nope. No. Damn it. One moment. Take just a second longer. Okay. Hose long to text and cold. Here we go. Cornelius Buttknuckle over on Rumble says, did you see the EO that Trump issued today requiring people who drink Fresca to read a page of Unbreaded within 4 hours of finishing their can of Fresca? No, you liar. That's not true. That's not true. Okay. All right. Real quick, those AI voice things, I think you guys know, but they are part of the Super Tip program. It's like a super chat, but it's a little bit better for the creator because the money comes faster and less of a cut gets taken out. And you also get to have fun playing around with the different voices that are available. Fresca is great, and I'm really thirsty for it. It's 1 billion degrees in this fucking room, by the way. Okay, here we go. A long time ago on this channel, we covered the Disney versus Gina Carano lawsuit very briefly. I didn't get too much into it. In fact, I was talking about defamation as like an improper avenue to go after, and she didn't sue on defamatory grounds. She sued for, a unjust termination of her contract. Unlawful termination is a much different thing than defamation. There's different considerations being made. So I didn't cover this too thoroughly in the past. And now it's over. It's over. We got lots of big promises. And this was a big story. I mean, this was the story where even Elon Musk actually stepped up and oh my God. I'm trying to get it cooled down in this office. It's so fucking hot in here. Elon Musk stepped up to actually pay her legal fees in this, which is crazy. Elon Musk and X, and I think offered her lawyers as well. And so this became a fight. This became an actual fight, and this was going to be a big one because this was going to be the fight that went through, brought Disney into Discovery, allowed us access to all these emails and all of the bad talk that they do about the fans and the conservative actors that they've had to engage and how much they hate Donald Trump and all that. We thought we were going to get that, but we're not. We're not going to get it at all because Gina Carano and Disney have settled their legal dispute over the Mandalorian firing. And quote, we look forward to identifying opportunities to work together in the future. Now, I saw some people making some statements on this, and there's some smart people making statements that I disagree with, including Ron Coleman. He says this is a Gina Carano W. I'm not entirely sure I agree with that without knowing the nature of all of the agreement that we reached. And we don't know that as far as I can tell. But let's read this real quick. Let's see. Whoa, Thorpe TV says Destiny defamed me several times and contacted Keemstar to not hire me for a show. I filed a lawsuit against him yesterday. Would you have any interest in reviewing my case? Wait a minute. Thorpe TV? Are you a blonde lady? Is that what I remember seeing just a little bit ago when I actually copied this story to look at? Or I didn't copy. I remember reading this or seeing. I'm blonde. Lamau, yes. Okay, I'm just making sure it doesn't. It's about my memory. You have a YouTube video that you just put out about it, and I got a notification for it. I don't know why, but I will definitely be looking at it. So yes, not today. Need a little more time for that one. It always comes back to Keemstar, doesn't it? Flightless says, did they disclose the settlement details, or was this a we'll throw money at you to shut up about everything and keep it out of court deal? We don't know if they threw money at her either. Here we go. Lucasfilm and the Walt Disney Company have reached a mutual agreement in their legal dispute with Gina Carano following her firing from The Mandalorian. A Lucasfilm spokesperson said in a statement provided to Variety. This is a very prepared statement. Be ready. This may even be part of the agreement specifically. A Lucasfilm, the Walt Disney Company and Lucasfilm are pleased to announce that we have reached an agreement with Gina Carano to resolve the issues in her pending lawsuit against the companies. Ms. Carano was always well respected by her directors, co-stars, and staff, and she worked hard to perfect her craft while treating her colleagues with kindness and respect. With this lawsuit concluded, we look forward to identifying opportunities to work together with Ms. Carano in the near future. All right. What a great statement, right? So what's important here? What's important here from this statement is they've reached an agreement. No details about the agreement. Nothing about it at all. They have changed entirely their stance on Gina Carano and their public statements. And this was likely part of the settlement, that they had to make some positive statements about her. And this line may have even been crafted by Carano's lawyers themselves. She was always well respected by her directors, co-stars, and staff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's not the narrative we got from Disney originally. In fact, Disney fought specifically and argued to the court that to force them to associate their brand and their artistic expression, Star Wars, with Ms. Carano's offensive statements infringed on their First Amendment rights as an entity. All right. That was their argument. They didn't win that argument. Importantly, they didn't win that, which of course pushes the parties closer to settling. But we have that as their official defense. And then now they're like, oh, no, she was always great. Everybody loved her. We just fired her because. So they're tacitly admitting that they fired her based on the particular tweets in question about identifying with Holocaust survivors or something like that. I don't even remember specifically. The Jews were involved. They're always involved, right? Like they're always there. Carano was out noticing, and then she was fired. But that's the Jews were involved because Carano did some comparison about being a conservative, I think in Hollywood, to being a Jew in Nazi Germany, something like that. So that being said, they've now changed and have this very polished statement about how great and wonderful she was, which you then conclude that, they didn't admit wrongdoing, but they're admitting that there was no other purpose to fire her. With this lawsuit concluded, we look forward to identifying opportunities to work together with Ms. Carano in the near future. This is probably also a statement demanded by and maybe crafted by Gina Carano's legal team. What's up, Broken Baker? Welcome to you and your viewers. But this statement was probably crafted by Gina's lawyers and brought into this. And people are making a big deal. They're like, oh, cool. Now they're going to work with Gina Carano again. No, they're not. Let's just put it out there. They will not. That statement is one that Disney will always be looking for that just perfect role for Ms. Carano. And other companies should feel free to hire her. That's what this statement is. This statement is letting other companies know, or letting the public know that they have no qualms about working with Gina Carano now. But they're not going to. They're not going to, because why would they? And the industry that they work in, right? Well, it's such a contractor specific job. The right actor for the right role at the right time. All of those things have to align. Part of that right time is the opinion of some producer or executive producer. And with that, Gina Carano will likely never work with Disney again. If she does show up, maybe she had it worked into them that they would find or make reasonable efforts to find a project for her, or cameo for her in the next 12 to 18 months, something like that. But the timelines on this are so long. Like, I just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. And this is not the language of Gina Carano will be returning to the Star Wars universe with a new show. She'll be in the spinoff. She'll be coming back. We're going to place her back into a series. We have upcoming projects that we're about to announce. None of that. We look forward to identifying opportunities to work together with Ms. Carano in the near future. It's the most ambiguous statement I could possibly imagine, right? Especially when you consider Hollywood. Okay, so you identify an opportunity to work together with her, but then, of course, you have to negotiate out a contract. And she has to want the role. Like, all of those things have to combine for this to happen. They have to agree on the contract, and Disney's under no obligation to provide her with a reasonable offer. They could actually credibly argue that, Gina's presence in a Lucasfilm production might actually damage the property based on not her anti-Semitic, and I use air quotes on the anti-Semitic because what she did was not anti-Semitic at all. But on her quote unquote anti-Semitic tweets, that's not the source of it now. Now it's just the friction between setting up an us versus them mentality with the fans versus the counterculture fans, that you see yapping on YouTube all the time. And that bringing her in won't actually bring these people in, would actually subject Lucasfilm to credibility issues with their existing fan base who may have taken a stand against Gina Carano, for example. This doesn't have to be true. Like, that's the important thing, is it doesn't have to be real. It just has to be some reason they can say, oh, we looked to possibly identify an opportunity, but just at this time, it's not working out. So that's a nothing statement. Absolute garbage. Let's see. Carano was fired from The Mandalorian in 2021 after sharing several controversial social media posts. Pretty sure it was like mostly one. Jennifer Vernier, you're not aware of who she is. If you're talking about Gina Carano is the actress who played something in The Mandalorian. She looks like this. She is one of the best women's kickboxers of all time. Just an absolute ass kicker. Transitioned to MMA briefly back in the early 2000s. And she seems all around to be a good lass, right? Like a nice lady, literally is very well respected and liked, but she said the wrong things on Twitter, and that means she should probably be killed. We've got, after sharing several controversial social media posts, including one that compared being a Republican to being Jewish during the Holocaust. Now, importantly, she didn't, I misspoke earlier. She didn't say that. The tweet that she reposted said that. And I don't believe she had any comment on it at all. She just retweeted it.
How about a Disney cartoon horror movie where a little meatball is trying to escape the kitchen of one Kurt, and it gets captured and placed into the instant pot of meatball sauce hell?
We should put that into Grok's video creation thing, right? Grok, imagine. Can you make a video of this giant ogreish-like man breathing autistically into whatever microphone is present as he chases a meatball that has escaped him through his kitchen, like the chef in Little Mermaid trying to kill Sebastian? Let's do that. Grok, can you help me imagine this?
I played Pressure Queen for my woman. She laughed her ass off at the bridge, but also said it was a banger.
It's a banger. My poor children, I made them listen. Like, listen to what dad made by telling an AI to make it. My son's like, that's not music. Like, it's not real. I'm like, I know, but I can't play music. He can. He's cool. I'm not. Anyway, she was also dropped as a client by UTA at the time. In 2024, Carano filed suit in California federal court alleging wrongful termination and discrimination, as well as demand that the court should force Lucasfilm to cast her again, pay at least $75,000 in punitive damages. Disney's lawyers filed a motion in April 2024. Wonder what happened there. Why wasn't I covering this? To throw out the lawsuit, arguing that it had a First Amendment right to fire the actor, it's an actress, I would say, stating it has a constitutional right not to associate its artistic expression with Carano's speech. Hey, see, it's right there. Carano fired back in a post on X, writing, Disney has confirmed what has been known all along. They will fire you if you say anything they disagree with, even if they have to misrepresent, malign, and mischaracterize you to do it. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Yeah. Yes. Yes to all of that. Yes to all of that. They do have to have justification for terminating a contract with you. So yes, they do that. Misrepresent, malign, and mischaracterize. I mean, yeah. But you know what's crazy? Now, ignore the contract aspect of this and all of that. Just for a second. You have the right to misrepresent, malign, and mischaracterize someone. You have the right to do those things. Now, you can't, like getting into defamation and stuff. You can defame people, like defamation's possible. But just misrepresenting or maligning them or mischaracterizing them isn't necessarily defamatory, and you have a right to do it. You have a right to lie about people, so long as you don't do it in a way that, causes them harm. You have a right to have a wrong opinion about someone, or an exaggerated opinion about someone, or, an unreasonable opinion about someone. And you can say, we don't want to be associated with this. The contract makes things a little bit different, because the contract is now saying, okay, well, now we're partners in business. We've made these agreements. So now, the malignment or the malassociation or whatever, that starts to change things a little bit. That starts to add rules that you're imposing on yourself as part of this agreement. So then the question becomes, are you breaking the rules that were agreed to? And this is not a slam dunk case for Gina Carano at all. It wasn't a slam dunk case for Disney. That's why we're at settlement. They are now on record letting everyone who works for them know that Disney will take any chance they get to control what you say. See, and here she's doing the same thing. Disney clearly doesn't take any chance they get to control what you say because other people have said uncomfortable things and not been fired. And in fact, that was part of Gina's argument is other people said these things or similar things or analogous things, even if they weren't on the same political spectrum, and they weren't fired or disciplined or maligned or mistreated or anything like that. It's like, well, okay, well, that undermines your statement that Disney will take any chance they get to control what you say. What you think, or they will attempt to destroy your career. Glad we cleared that up. First Amendment does not allow Disney to wantonly discriminate. It kind of does. Like all the equal employment stuff and all of that is flat infringement on First Amendment rights. So it actually does allow you to do that. And I know what she's trying to say. Like, there are limits to the First Amendment. I remember when Joe Biden said that, we all got mad. When Gina Carano says it, we're like, yeah, yes. I don't know. Which is what they've done in my case, and frankly have now admitted they did. If you ever wanted to know what today's Disney values are, they just told you. Lawsuit was funded by Elon Musk, the owner of X, as well as CEO. And this was the only way that this was going to get anywhere. As well as the CEO of Tesla Motors and SpaceX. Musk declared, in 2023 that he would pay legal bills for people who had been fired for their posts on social media platform. Carano has not officially responded to the settlement, but wrote on X on Thursday morning, and the truth shall set you free. Gina Carano has responded to this. I'm about to pull it up right now. I just have to do this attenuated process. Okay. Of sending the link I already have to myself. Do you know what the changes that are coming to discovery law? I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, Gina Carano actually tweeted out this article and has made a statement. I've come to an agreement with Disney Lucasfilm, which I believe is the best outcome for all parties involved. I hope this brings some healing to the Force. Gay. How is this the best outcome for all parties involved? It definitely isn't. This definitely is not the best outcome for all parties involved. But hey, whatever. I want to extend my deepest, most heartfelt gratitude to Elon Musk, a man I've never met, who did this good Samaritan deed for me in funding my lawsuit. Thank you, Mr. Musk and X, for backing my case and asking for nothing in return. To my lawyers at G. Sharer, which is Shar Jaffe, who walked me through this unknown territory, thank you for your wisdom and guidance. I'm humbled and grateful to God for his love and grace in this outcome. I'd like to thank you all for your unrelenting support throughout my life and career. You've been the heartbeat that has kept my story alive. I hope to make you proud. I'm excited to flip the page and move on to, it's Gina, on space 2. You're not moving on to the next chapter. On to the next chapter. My desires remain in the arts, which is where I hope you will join me. Yes, I'm smiling from my heart to yours, Gina. That's a little bit different than Disney's, isn't it? Disney says we'll look forward to identifying opportunities to work with Gina Carano. Hers doesn't say that. I look forward to identifying opportunities and pursuing those opportunities with Disney. No, that's not in there. That's not in there at all. I don't think Gina Carano is going to be getting any roles at Disney anytime soon, maybe ever. What's up, Frog Tony? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for joining the Nick Rekieta show tonight. But yeah, I mean, here's the deal. Musk is going to fund the lawsuit, so we imagine, and this is we imagine, Musk says he'll fund the lawsuit. So we imagine then that Gina Carano is going to go through discovery, and financial burden is not an issue. Then why aren't we doing it? Why aren't we fighting it? There's something to that agreement, and there's something to the funding of this thing. And I wonder what it was that happened. Because what had to happen was either Gina Carano got a big payout, which I doubt. I really don't think she did, but maybe she did. Hopefully we'll get some details, which we won't. But Gina Carano would have gotten either a huge payment to deter her from doing this, but it didn't seem like money was an issue, right? Like that wasn't the issue. So instead of going through discovery and giving all the things that, we were kind of promised we would get to see, we're going to not do that. And we're going to not disclose, not even hint that she received a payment. There's not, and let me tell you this, that is negotiated. That is specifically negotiated, that there's no mention of any monetary exchange in the settlement. Gina Carano is happy to have people think that she got money, whether she did or not, and to not know how much, but to speculate that she got paid off. And then Disney is happy for people to either think that, to think whatever they want. They don't want these details out there. They don't even want a hint of it. Why is that? Why is that? It seems like the resolution would be like, we've come to an amicable agreement. We determined a fair amount for the remainder of Miss Carano's contract. Due to artistic reasons, we can't bring her back into The Mandalorian, but we'll be looking forward, or I think The Mandalorian's over anyway, but we can't immediately bring her back into our current Star Trek projects or Star Wars projects. However, we'd be looking forward to opportunities, to identifying opportunities to work with her in the future. That would be an easy statement to say that value was given for the remainder of the contract. There's none of that in here. Why is that? Everybody thinking that Gina Carano got this big payoff and everything. I don't think so. I think what maybe happened, and this is pure speculation, is that Disney basically said, look, we know you want to go through discovery. Discovery goes two ways. And most importantly, the things that you think you're going to find, you're not going to find. You're not going to get them. We'll produce voluminous discovery, and it won't have the things that you're looking for in there. And we're going to get, it's Disney. We believe we can get a sealing order on the business and trade secrets, which would include the nature of her contract and other contracts. Like, we weren't going to get to see these things, because these things are critical to how Disney does business in the movie making industry. If it was revealed how much they were paying all of their actors, all of their staff all the time, and the differences between them and what they individually negotiate, not only is exposing that infringing on Disney's ability to do business in a competitive manner, but it's also infringing on, the privacy of all of these other parties, and could sow discord and resentment between people who are not party to the lawsuit itself. If you start revealing that maybe this person gets paid more than this person, well, now we have friction about that, even though it's just that one person negotiated better than the other, or they just really thought that person was more valuable. Who knows? Who knows what did it? But bringing all that up, and your stated goal is to get that out into the public, a judge is going to be willing to protect Disney from that, and willing to protect all those people in their own, in the privacy of their own contracts. All of these contracts have non-disclosure agreements in them, like that I shouldn't say all of them. Many of them have non-disclosure agreements in them, which would say you can't discuss the terms of this contract for X amount of years or in X amount of places, or until some triggering event happens, maybe after the show run is done completely or whatever, because they don't want the nature of the results of those contract negotiations to be public. If your contract negotiation results are public, then your contract negotiating ability is crippled. And so I think it's really telling that there's no mention of any type of settlement at all. They could easily speak to coming to an amicable resolution on the remaining value of the contract and making sure all parties are made whole, something like that. But they don't say anything at all. I don't think they paid her very much. I think they basically said, we're going to get everything sealed. This is going to be a huge flop. Let's get out of this, save everybody some money, and move on. And yeah, we'll put out a statement that says we look forward to working with you so that other places will hire you. Right? That's a simple way to look at this. That's my answer. I don't care what other people say about it. And until we get some public details that completely contradict me, then, which is very possible. If if those come out, I'll of course talk about them, but we'll see. Nick is slamming fentanyl? No, I don't think so. I've never done it at all. I don't do opiates. Never have. Don't like them. I got I got like oxycodone after one of my surgeries, and I just didn't take it because that shit scares me. Gross. Are you going to cover that Bad Dragon versus Rival Company lawsuit at some point? Wait, Bad Dragon, the dildo company? Why aren't Bad Dragon, why don't they have WNBA throwing dildos yet? This is from Allie Pendelicious. It says, took our dog Lula to the vet and they found a lump above one of her teeth. She'll be going in for a biopsy. Can I please get a toast for her? And any thoughts, prayers, or good vibes would be appreciated. Yes. Yes, you can. To Lola, Allie's dog, friend, companion, and family member. May Lola and the upcoming biopsy find success, and by success we mean no issues, benign extra tissue that can be either removed or will go away as necessary. Let's keep this companion with her family for as long as possible. To Lola, cheers.
If you look closely at the gasket in Kurt's Pressure Queen, it is orange. It should be clear or white, or maybe an actual color if you purchased a replacement, not stained. But how that happened is unknowable. It couldn't be because he filled the Instant Pot above 2/3 full, because he always keeps the level below the max fill line. I wish Nick would stuff my cannoli to my max fill line.
There you go. Oh my goodness. The dildos cannot be stopped, guys. The dildos at the WNBA cannot be stopped. And I'm dying. I think it's the funniest thing ever. Michael Rappaport. I saw this on the Glarers Twitter. Michael Rappaport was talking about this. It's one of those things where, I don't know if this guy's serious ever. But this was nutty. So I wanted to share this with you. So I assume you guys know the story. Some mad lad at a WNBA game the other day decided to just whip a dildo right down by the basket. And now it's happening so much that the WNBA is implementing a no bag policy for the 12 people who come to games or whatever. And you can't bring a bag because you might have a big floppy dildo in it to just whip down onto the court. They're falling for it. They're falling for a Twitter troll in real time. You're implementing a new policy to prevent the dildo, and of course it doesn't stop it. Right. So you have to wonder how that dildo got. There are ways to bring them in without a bag. Trust me. But you can't stop it. And the more you fight, they have to ignore it. They have to ignore it. If you ignore it, it'll go away. If you keep fighting it, it's going to keep coming. Oh. Here we go. So Michael Rappaport is an actor and a retarded man. And he's always screaming about something. Like he's yelling all the time, usually about Trump. I don't know if I legitimately have no idea if he is serious or joking in this video. We're going to have a poll. I need you guys to is Michael Rappaport. God, what a fucking stupid name. How many Rappaports do we have in the audience today? Is Michael Rappaport being serious? Cernius? What? I can't spell. Serious right now. Okay, so the poll's up, but here we go. We're going to play the video so you guys can check it out.
This is what we're doing now. We're throwing dildos at women during WNBA games.
I can't. This is what we're doing now. We're throwing dildos. We're throwing dildos at women. What are you going to do? Throw them at men? No, we're throwing pocket pussies at men and dildos at women. Come on. We need equality. NBA players should be swimming in fleshlights.
You ever been hit in the head with a dildo? Huh?
Yes.
It hurts. I have. I was hit in the head with a dildo. It was 1998.
My man is like, if you ever been hit in the head with a dildo, I have. It hurts. It was like, when was it? It was 1998. The whole year, this man was getting slapped left and right.
Okay. Matter of fact, I didn't want to go into the story. It's a little embarrassing, but I could tell you when I got hit in the head with a dildo, it hurt. Okay? It hurt. Those things sting. All right? It's not funny. It's not funny to be throwing. You're going to hurt one of these. You want
to. It's hilarious. What are you talking about? Not funny. It's the funniest thing that's happened to the WNBA ever, actually. But did you hear? He started. This is why I don't know if he's serious. We had him at the pause face. It was perfect. I should have never taken it off that. Oh my goodness. This is why I don't know if he's serious. Because he's like, you ever been hit in the head with a dildo? I'm like, this is gonna be funny. It's like, I have. It was 1998. But he starts to choke up.
Huh? It hurts. I have. I was hit in the head with a dildo. It was 1998. Okay. Matter of fact, I didn't want to go into the story. It's a little embarrassing, but I could tell you when I got hit in the head with a dildo, it hurt. Okay. It hurt. Those things sting. All right. It's not funny. It's not funny to be throwing. You're going to hurt one of these. You want to hurt Caitlin Clark, Paige Buchers? You want to hit her in the head with a dildo? Is that when it's going to stop?
I don't think they're aiming for the head. I think they're playing darts, going for a bullseye.
Is that when it's going to stop? When someone gets knocked out with a dildo in Madison Square Garden?
Not only is it extremely funny, but people are betting more money on the dildo throwing than the actual game.
Want to play a game? Women ineffectively throw a ball at a hoop. You have to throw your balls into their hoop. I don't know. I don't know. I think he's joking. I think this is a joke, but
the 3-point shot, cut it out. Okay? If you've never been hit in the head with a dildo, you might think it's funny. I have been hit in the head with a dildo, and it ain't funny, and it hurts. Cut it out.
I don't know. I think he's just a pussy. You take your dildo beatings like a man. Well, you guys can throw your opinions in the poll. Many options. So many options. 2. Yes or no. But let me know. Let me know what you think. I have no idea. It's too hard to tell. because he's an insane person. He's legitimately fucking batty. But he's not that good of an actor either. But he pulls off that choked up moment so well that I think he's real. I think it's real. Maybe it's a mix, right? Maybe this is his way of telling the world that he did get hit with a dildo one time. But he's like, but I'm joking about it. Ha ha ha. Let's watch another rant and compare. Okay, let's hear.
Now we're throwing dildo.
Now we're throwing dildos. Yes. Let me see. Let me see if I can find another rant. Oh God. All right, here we go. Here's another Michael Rappaport rant. This I don't know. I don't know what he's doing with the microphone here. It's like very passionate. Is he practicing making out with an invisible person?
The brand of the New York Times is well known as any other brand in all of the branded market, all of brands, certainly in news. New York Times they got a font. They got their own fucking font. Shut that fucking shit hole down. And when Trump said New York Times, the failing New York Times, fake news, New York Times, I was like, this guy's a player hater. I was uninformed. I woke up. I'm fully woke. I am fully woke. Trump was right. The New York Times is fake shit, dog shit, biased bullshit news. I want somebody to let me know how many retractions has the New York Times made in regards to crimes perpetuated by Israel and the IDF since October 7th. Someone please let me know. How many retractions has the New York Times made? And then let me know how many retractions has the New York Times made about crimes, rapes, arsons, murders, kidnapping that the New York Times has made regarding Hamas.
Hamas. I don't know. Didn't he used to hate Trump? He still hates Trump. He hates Trump a lot. What do we got this? Tiki Torch? He reposted his 2017 rant about Charlottesville. Hey, they got this picture of me while I was on coke. What do we have here? Israel ain't perfect, neither is my mom, and neither is yours. This person exists.
Israel is not perfect. The Jews are not perfect. Israel is not a perfect state. The United States of America is not perfect. New York City, where I am right now, it is not perfect. I am not perfect. Wherever you live is not perfect. Your government isn't perfect. Canadian government isn't perfect. Whatever state you're from isn't perfect. Your mom's not perfect. Your father's not perfect. My mother's not perfect. My father is not perfect. My wife isn't perfect. Sorry, babe. Nobody is perfect. No government.
You're not fooling anyone, Rappaport. There's no woman behind the curtain. Yeah, molester. I just found out there was a Ford dildo tonight. It was purple. It was purple. You got to be eye-catching on that wood paneling. Can you imagine? I was talking about this the other day, just a little bit. Like, did you ever picture in your life that we would hear about dildos being thrown as like a major news story? Like, dildos are falling out of the sky at basketball games around the country. We don't even know what's happening, except all of the basketball games where the dildos are falling involve women. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't want one of these chicks to get hit with a floppy either. Like, that would be terrible. Those things get dense and heavy. But it really, someone said it's like a double-handed 18-inch black one. Like, oh my God. That just begs the question, chat. What's the weirdest one you've ever seen? Because I've seen some weird ones, man. I have seen some strange ones. Never in use. Like, always just in a store. And I'm like, people buy these? Oh my God. They're horrifying. I don't get it. I don't get it. There's kids in attendance at these games, right? Kind of effed up. I mean, yes and no. Like, unless they're zooming the jumbotron down on the dildo, even the biggest of dildos is not going to look like much from, up in the stands. I think the kids are going to be all right. Just cover. Blackblade says mainly the norm at a sex shop. Strapless strap on. The Baldo version. Oh, wait a minute. You saw one shaped like the Virgin Mary. One of the funniest ones I've seen was like it was an arm. It was a whole arm. And it was buff. Like I was like, damn, this thing could do some curls. Like, it was a jacked arm that went fist all the way to shoulder. And I was like, like that's a full size, not a baby arm. That was a grown ass arm. I don't know. And like I've seen crazier ones, like because they have like Bad Dragon or whatever. They make like dragon ones, and then there's like fantasy animal ones. Like there's the Hellhound. don't ask. And they have like octopus tentacles and stuff. They have weird ones, but it was like the simplicity of like that's a whole fucking arm. Like, is your goal to get to bicep or to deltoid? Like, what are you trying to do? I don't know. So anyway, what's up, Noodles Mama? I probably won't be in Jimmy's chat tomorrow. I like that guy. We're gonna have him on the show at some point soon here. I have some ideas on what to discuss. I like him. He's very funny. This is Auntie Deb. For those of you who are out there, if you're into the true crime stuff, check out Auntie Deb's channel. Kind of had a big boom during Karen Reed. And is now moving on to other things. He's a very funny guy, and I like him. I was in his chat earlier today while he was covering this Adelson. Is it Adelson? This lady, Donna Adelson, I think, who is part of a conspiracy that involved the murder of her son-in-law, and she allegedly is, she and her husband may have hired this hitman to kill him. That's what she's accused of. It's down in Florida. And it looks like a really interesting case. And I think the case is actually about to start really soon. So it might be one to watch. I've been waiting to watch another trial, looking for the right one. This one might be good. This woman is fucking crazy. She's insane already. And it's a good time. It's a good time. So I might actually cover that trial, depending on availability. Might have to miss a few days because community service rears its ugly head. I have community service in the morning, so that we're not going to go super late tonight, which I always say, but we will. I'm not going to watch Michael Rappaport anymore. I just can't fucking deal with him. That guy's so weird. And he's just yelling all the time. I'm like, what do you even do anymore? Like, are you in anything? Do you do anything? Or are you just on Twitter, like, screaming? Oh, hey, what's up, Ice Dancer? I didn't see you there. Why are you hiding? Here we go.
Who'd have thought we'd be hearing about dildos? Who'd have thought the WNBA would be in the news and not be the punchline?
Thank you for the toast.
You're welcome, Allie. You're welcome. I hope everything goes well for your dog. It's just, I grew up watching the news because before Netflix and online streaming, like you were forced to watch whatever your grandparents are watching. So you go over to your grandparents, it's like Bold and the Beautiful, Young and the Restless, and then the news. That's what I had to watch when I was over at my grandparents' house. And it's like, oh my God. So, but like the news had this air of seriousness, and like there might be a funny thing and people might snicker at some innuendo or a double entendre here and there on occasion. But lately, like things are spicing up. Profanities flying around in it's becoming more and more commonplace in public spaces, which is weird to see. I'm like indifferent on it. It's weird to see, but to see it coming through on broadcast television and to see things like, I mean, sex toys being thrown at a sporting event so routinely that they're actually changing the rules of attendance wasn't on my bingo card, but I like it. I'm here for it. Duck Fat says 4 out of 5 WNBA players have a better chance of sinking a 12-inch dildo than a 3-pointer. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Those are some tall chicks. I mean, maybe they have breathing room, so to speak. I don't know. I'm not an anatomist. Okay. What else do we have? So anyway, just to recap, because my ADHD brain is like, where were you? Gina Carano, I think people are maybe overstating how beneficial the settlement is towards her. I mentioned Ron Coleman. I mentioned it in love. He just said that's a W for Gina. And it is, though. Like, even if she didn't get any money, that statement that Disney is willing to pursue opportunities with her, even if they never do, that statement alone is valuable because it tells other companies that, yeah, like it's safe to hire her. It's important to realize that these insular industries, especially ones with tons of money, power, social influence. I mean, Disney is one of your children's educators, and that's something we all have to come to terms with. It's like, if you're taking your children to Disney movies, and Disney movies are a broad spectrum now, right? Like it's not just the animated classics that we think of. Disney movies encompass, it encompasses Star Wars, for example. They've aggregated a ton of intellectual property under their hood, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right? Disney is a major educator of the next generation, right? They have a ton of influence and power. And so having them communicate to everybody else that it's okay is an actual like dog whistle to everybody that it is okay, that it has to be okay. And that's that's part of the threat is she did this to us, let's stop this. But I think we've also just seen the stranglehold of the like believe all women thing, the women power movement, all of this. I think we're starting to see it just lose its grip. COVID started it. It's in long COVID now, and it is dying. We see a lot of the social justice shit, the DEI shit being reversed. And we're going back towards the sensible medium of like, yeah, like, generally we want everybody to be hireable and to pursue things everywhere. But also like in, specific instances, we want specific people to be able to exclude other people. And I don't mean whole groups of people, like they're finding the balance of how you have laws against discrimination, but also allow people free thought and free exercise is a tricky thing. But in general, we want people to be able to exclude that person. Like if I want to throw out Michael Rappaport from my cool store, I want to be like, get out of here, you yelling idiot. And then I don't want to be sued for excluding Jews because I didn't exclude Jews, just that Jew. You know what I mean? We want to get back to that, where there's sensibility and fact-specific questions rather than some group of unemployed people with enough time to protest and bother everybody, screaming about unfairness and inequality, driving the hiring decisions of major corporations and governments even. We don't want that. We don't want to have a small group of people controlling the outcome for everybody else. But that said, we also want to give people that freedom. And I think we're moving back to that. I think, we over-consumed on the social justice shit.
Those women wore pay us what you owe us shirts. The fans want what is owed to them with dildos.
Pay us what you owe us. This is $49.99, bitch. Lucas Benjamin, welcome to lawyer status. Grifty says, super tips won't let me say white bread ass ins. It won't? I wonder why.
White bread ass niggas, man. White bread ass niggas, man.
That's still gonna be one of my favorite sound clips forever. Principled Uncertainty gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, everybody who got one of those. Make sure you give a thank you to Principled Uncertainty. Very cool. Heisenberg says, prediction: banana peels slip and fall on a dildo. Are the dildos that they're throwing out, are they lubricated? Are they that would be bad. It's like there's Astroglide and silicone everywhere. Oh God, other humanity. Don't do that. All right, we have a brief update on a different story. Let me pull this up. Oh my God, what a disaster. What? Open. There we go. So this is an update on a story we were just covering earlier. Let's check this out. This is back to Texas. Ken Paxton has asked Illinois court to enforce Texas arrest warrants against State House Democrats. We're doing this, y'all. Texas is going for it. Not only Texas, but we've now involved Illinois. We're trying to involve Illinois and the FBI. This is fucking great. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton asking an Illinois court to enforce arrest warrants against Democrats who fled to the Prairie State over GOP efforts to redraw Texas's congressional maps. On Monday, the Texas House approved arrest warrants for Democratic state lawmakers who state troopers can locate. Now, I'm not a big fan of this in general. It's funny, okay? It's funny, but I'm not a big fan of using police to enforce political will. I think that gets to be a dangerous line. However, I will say this. Basically, every state constitution and the federal constitution specifically allow the houses of the legislature to draft their own rules and create a means of enforcing those rules. And in this, the Texas House has approved arrest warrants. They are enforcing the rule. You have to fucking show up. This is your job. So they've issued arrest warrants, and now most states have an interstate compact between the states to honor the arrest warrants at a certain level, or some amount of arrest warrants, or some. They may have very general terms. They may have more specific terms. I don't know the nature of every interstate compact on this, but lots of states have basically an official agreement that says that if you present us with the warrant in this particular way, you follow the process and let us know, then we will help you in enforcing the warrant, because they can't send a Texas Ranger up to arrest someone in Illinois. They don't have jurisdiction. They don't have the authority to do so. And Illinois would be very mad if someone apprehended another without the requisite authority. Okay. This makes sense. So there's a process by which you go, okay, here's the arrest warrant. And then that state chooses to, because they've entered into this compact, they would choose to then enforce the arrest warrant for you. They would use their resources to do so. There you go. That's the process. That's the process by which the Texas House has apparently set up to create and enforce its rules. And they have the power to do that in the Texas Constitution. I'm 99% sure. Paxton's petition to Illinois' 8th Judicial Circuit Court asks for the enforcement of the rule of law in Illinois, the assistance of Illinois law enforcement officials, and this court's assistance to lawfully return to Texas the respondent legislators who fled to Illinois to evade their duties to participate in the ongoing special session of the Texas legislature. The Democrats fled the state Sunday to deny the GOP a legislative quorum in an effort to prevent the redrawing of Texas's congressional maps. Now, one of the things you have to ask is, okay, so an arrest warrant is being issued quo warranto. By what authority are you doing this? It's a question, right? Do you have the authority to arrest someone? We should always ask this question. And it turns out they do. They do have the authority to arrest someone. And the reason they have the authority to arrest someone, they don't have the authority necessarily to charge them with a crime, but their attendance at the special session is compulsory by the language of the law, which allows the governor to call for a special session. When a special session is called by the governor, is properly called under the right procedures, right? The House legislature shall attend the special session. It's commanding language. It demands that they do this. Now, of course, there can be exceptions that are reasonable, etc. And like I said, you can't really charge them with a criminal act for not doing it, but it is part of Texas law to command the legislature to show up when a special session is called. If they don't, now you've got them in violation of the law. What do? We arrest them and bring them in. Get the quorum filled, have the vote. So here we go. President Trump is aiming to pick up 5 seats. Look, I pick up a lot of seats. They're ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. Paxton's request comes after Texas Governor Greg Abbott said earlier Thursday that the FBI is tracking down Democratic state lawmakers who fled. Texas Department of Public Safety and the FBI are tracking down the derelict Democrats. They will be taken directly to the Texas Capitol. Abbott wrote on the social media platform X. Those who received benefits for skipping a vote face removal from office and potential bribery charges. Now, this is interesting, right? What is a benefit? What are they talking about here? Well, they have not been silent in the skipping of the vote is naked and open. It is ready, like it's out there. We're skipping the vote. We're leaving Texas until the session is over, and we won't go back until then. And we're doing it to prevent this vote. They've done this in Illinois. They've met with people and done interviews in Illinois and Massachusetts and some other state. I don't remember. Doesn't really matter. The question is, what is the benefit? Now, if the Massachusetts governor, for example, says, hey, you can come here to our state and we'll provide you with a place to stay, that's a benefit. So then the question is that a bribe? I don't think so. That's why it says potential bribery charges. I think it's that'd be a hard thing to set up as a bribe. You would have to show that the offer to furnish them with something or some benefit came prior to their leaving the state, prior to their statement that they desire to leave the state or anything like that, right? Like that their contemplation of leaving the state relied on the unjust inducement of someone else. And I think they're going to have a hard time showing that. I think what would be the argument is, no, I was leaving the state no matter what. I would have paid my own way. However, so-and-so offered to let me stay for this extended period of time, etc. And that's a pretty good defense. All right. He continued, in Texas, there are consequences for your actions. Big law and order state, of course. Senator John Cornyn, Republican of Texas, also on Thursday said the FBI had approved his request to help for them to help law enforcement agencies track down the Democrats. Now, this is, of course, tracking down the Democrats doesn't mean apprehending the Democrats. And, that's a different story. Both of these, the wordings of both Greg Abbott and John Cornyn are similar in that they will assist in tracking down the derelict Democrats. Abbott says they will be taken directly to the Texas Capitol, but he doesn't say the FBI will be arresting them and taking them to the Texas Capitol. So, they may be relying on Illinois policing to do that.
Every ad in the UK has a Mead race couple. I don't care who anyone loves, but stop trying to socially engineer us. It's 7% of all marriages, but 100% of people selling cereal.
I think what you're failing to consider, principled uncertainty, is that only mixed race couples eat cereal. So that's who they're selling it to. Only 7% of couples eat cereal. That's what you said. 7% of all marriages eat cereal, but 100% of people selling cereal are mixed race. I agree with that. That's true. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker said Sunday that his state would protect Texas Democrats who fled to his state. They're here in Illinois. We're going to do everything we can to protect every single one of them and make sure that, because we know they're doing the right thing, we know that they're following the law. Well, they're not, actually. They're not following the law. The law says they need to show up. Pritzker told reporters at a press conference Sunday night held alongside the Texas state lawmakers. In fact, all these articles saying that the Texas Constitution allows for quorum breaking, it does. But it also allows the House specifically to prevent and discipline the quorum breaking. So while it contemplates quorum breaking in the Texas Constitution, it basically says very specifically that the House can generate rules to crack down on quorum breaking and to punish the legislators who do it. And I think this is critical. Oh, well, let's finish reading this and I'll get to my critical thing. It's Ken Paxton who doesn't follow the law. It's the leaders of Texas who are attempting not to follow the law. He continued calling out Texas Republicans, Attorney General by name. They're the ones that need to be held accountable. For what? What they're doing is following the lawful process and trying to get a map, the map redistricted. That's what they're trying to do. Democrats are stifling that, and they're doing so by ignoring the clear command in the Texas Constitution or in the Texas law for a special session called by the governor that they need to show up. So they're the ones violating the law. You don't get to just turn around and pretend it's it's the other guys who are, because Paxton and Abbott seem to be doing everything by the process. We may not like that process. That's fine, but they're doing it. But the key here is this. I don't care what side of this you're on, because I don't really care what happens. I think it's interesting either way. But the key here is this. If there is no punishment, like let's say the Democrats successfully break the quorum and they're sheltered up in Illinois, and there is no consequence to it. They're not disciplined. They're not censured by the Texas House or even removed from office. Then there was no risk. And if there is no risk to your actions, then they're meaningless. When you're making a political statement like this, like, oh, well, we're going to flee the state and we're going to prevent the quorum thing. You can't say that your actions are if this is the lawful way to do it, if this is the way you're supposed to do it, then this isn't heroic or brave, right? Like it becomes heroic or brave when you stand up to injustice. But for injustice to happen, there has to be a rule that is unjust that you're violating. But they're saying that they're within the law to leave the state. So there isn't a rule that they're violating in their eyes. So there's no heroism here. This is just them doing the political process. It's not even hard. For the Republicans, it's critical that there is a punishment for this and that they establish a process by which this is not acceptable. It's happened a couple times now. They need to get it under wraps. And the other thing that the Republicans need to do, and they're really bad at this, is to not be hypocrites on the issue. And that when an issue comes up, depending on how this goes, when the next issue comes up, the Texas Republicans can't flee the state to try and break a quorum if they ever get into that position. They can't do it. Not after this. And so having those consequences and saying, no, there is a rule of law. We set our own rules, but we follow our own rules. That would be the key. Because without those rules, there is no criticality, there is no risk, and therefore they're meaningless actions. Like they're trite. Who cares? Okay, so it's their way of voting no without voting and then stifling the vote. Great. But that's the legal way they can do it. Okay, then they did the right thing, I guess. But it's not heroic. It's not like they risked anything. The risk makes everything worth it to me. So that's my point. They think a dude in the women's bathroom is heroic. He might be. Who knows?
I like that fisting dildos exist. They're the only thing in the sex shop where their largest version is smaller than mine. And anytime that happens in a smut shop, it makes you kind of proud.
Wait a minute. So you're saying the largest fisting dildo is smaller than your fist? Is that what you're saying, Cornelius Buttknuckle? Ladies. Callie Dime is right. She says after they said come and get it. Well, they said come and take it. Come and take it. Come and get it's a little bit different. That's a little bit different. They said come and take it, a famous, Texan phrase that dates back to the Texas-Mexico War, but the War for Independence. But that being said, they did. They said come and take it. Now Texas is like, we're coming, baby. All right. What do we got here? Oh, we have this is a good story. This is a good story out of Minnesota, which is rare. Because everything in this... No, I don't want to go to it on my phone. Everything in this state is trash. It's called the Tower of Power. Judge Manny says, do not come. Oh, I'm going to come. We're going to come. You're going to come. He's going to come. She's going to come. You're going to come. Trump should just roll with that one day. Just keep going forever. All right, here we go. This is like good news in a way that I just didn't expect to happen. Oh my gosh. Yes, I got it. Jesus. All right, here we go. Minnesota Supreme Court rules that ghost guns, spooky, are not required to have serial numbers. And can I just say thank you, Minnesota Supreme Court, because this is a tough one. This is a sticky situation. And I don't mean dildo sticky. I mean Second Amendment sticky. On Wednesday, the Minnesota Supreme Court ruled in a split decision that ghost guns are not required to have a serial number. First of all, ghost guns are just guns that you manufacture yourself. It's not a real term. It's a made up term. It's kind of nebulous. But now with 3D printers, you can, and the ability to craft things in your own home. Again, the democratization of production, like of industrial production is wild. It's similar to how it is in media. The 3D printing has unlocked this ability to make so much stuff that you couldn't otherwise make, including a gun or parts of a gun. But the ability to manufacture guns in your home, is always limited to having like precision CNC equipment and the ability to machine out these parts. And they have to be machined really, like they have to be done accurately. Otherwise, you risk the thing blowing up in your face. But you've always been able to manufacture your own gun. Like it just was harder in the past. Now it's becoming much more accessible. And they're finally coming up with the rule that they don't have to have a serial number, which is good because you should be able to make a gun under the Second Amendment in your own home without being regulated. Arguably, they'll say, well, we can regulate if you wanted to sell it or transfer it. And, well, that's a different discussion. But if you're just making it for your own use, that's yours. And the U.S. government isn't supposed to be able to step in on these things. I know with like drug possession laws and stuff like that, we've somehow just determined that ownership of something can be regulated rather than an overt criminal act involving the thing. Just mere ownership is punishable. And we did that on a couple different issues, but outside of those limited cases, you're typically able to make whatever you want and have it. Guns were not an exception to that until they started trying to put serial numbers on them. The opinion written by Justice Paul Thiessen says that the Minnesota statute in question relies on federal law. Federal law does not require a serial number. The ruling also references that Minnesota has not regulated ghost guns on a state level yet, specifically citing that indeed in 2023, the legislature had before it, but did not enact a proposed prohibition on ghost guns, which is again insane. Why? How? That is a direct violation of the Second Amendment. There is no historical tradition of prohibiting ownership of a firearm that you manufacture yourself. And that any ghost gun regulation is their decision to make, the state legislature being there at the time. A ghost gun is a gun that is put together by parts in a kit or various pieces. They can also be 3D printed at home. The case stems from a crash in Fridley in 2022 when a trooper found a ghost gun in a man's vehicle without a serial number. He was charged with having a firearm without a serial number, but charges were later dropped by a district judge before being reinstated by the Court of Appeals. Jeff Potts, the executive director of the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association, said that ghost guns without serial numbers pose a problem for how successful law enforcement can be in solving crimes. No, they don't. No, they don't. Ghost guns can always be tracked down by seance. And so just a bunch of gay cops can gather around in a drum circle and hold hands and chant, and they'll find the ghost gun anyway. That's the big disadvantage of them. But this idea that guns without serial numbers pose a problem for how successful law enforcement can be in solving crimes. Where's the fucking data? Show me the data on it. Show me the rash of ghost gun related murders that's happening in Minnesota or elsewhere. It's not happening. It's not happening. If it was happening, it would be in every single newspaper constantly. And it just isn't. It hasn't been ever since the Liberator, right? The first pew pew that was 3D printed by Defense Distributed, I think was the first company to do this. That first 3D printable gun. They said that would be like the tool of assassins and stuff. It turns out regular guns are much more commonly used. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison provided the following statement. Well, I'm sure this will be enlightening. The spread of ghost guns presents a serious threat to the safety of Minnesotans. No, it doesn't. Again, no, it doesn't. This is wild. If it presented a threat, we would be hearing about all the ghost gun murders. But it turns out ghost guns are not popular for murder. You just get regular guns. It's easier than building one yourself. Which is why today's ruling from the Minnesota Supreme Court is so concerning, to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people. I have been working hard to hold firearms dealers accountable when they sell guns to straw buyers who then resell those weapons on the black market. Ghost guns, by definition, circumvent many of the protections in place to ensure firearms are only put into the hands of qualified buyers. This sentence is a direct violation and contradiction of the Second fucking Amendment, you stupid ass bag. Oh my God, if I could throw Keith Ellison into the fucking sea, I would. He's one of these politicians who's just like, the Second Amendment doesn't apply. Qualified buyers? Firearms, qualified buyers. Where does the Second Amendment have a qualified buyer provision in it? The right to keep and bear arms. The right of the qualified buyer to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. No, it's the people, even the shitty ones, allowing them to more easily be used for criminal acts and to be trafficked. Leaders in Minnesota need to work together to fill this gap in state law, ban ghost guns, and keep people safe. You can read the full ruling in full below. We're not going to do that. It's only 45 pages, but we're not going to read 45 pages of Minnesota Supreme Court ruling. Look, this is simple. We got to stop adopting this language like ghost guns, assault gun, like assault weapons. We got to stop that. Like that needs to go out the window. Don't give into it. Don't accept the premise. Pull out your Ayn Rand fantasy speech and just be like, I refuse to accept your premise. Because that's the only way we get away from this. But we had like at some point, the Second Amendment needs to like come off the page and be like, hey guys, like I'm still here. I do exist. And if we don't like it as a society, we live in a society, right? We don't want these ghost guns. Write a fucking amendment and get it passed. But you can't. You know you can't. You're trying to control people from a minority position. I fucking hate them.
I offered the Texas Democrats sanctuary in my house, provided they stuff my cannoli. Kurt's micropeen isn't doing it for me.
Can we get a Fugitive Legislators Act passed?
You could. They could do that.
Between abortion, transing any of their kids that aren't gay, the Dems are committing voluntary eugenics. Math dictates they will only be a temporary problem.
I love temporary problems. That's my favorite. That's the risk of using super tips, by the way. Is like your mistakes are stated. You typoed that? Yeah. That's not a temporary problem. That's a you problem. Buckmaster says if someone promised a gift to join their locals, what would be the time they have enough to fulfill their promise before a class action lawsuit? Quite a long time, Buckmaster. Quite a long time. But thank you for your question. All right. So what do we have next? I think I have one more. So what do we have? Oh, Candace Owens. I just have where is it? Don't I have did I? Fucking hell. Oh, wait, I think I have it pulled up somewhere. Candace Owens is on Piers Morgan, and I just want to give like little updates to the case from time to time. Okay. Where did I put that window? Fucking hell. Oh, here we go. I found it. Most ghost crime is against other ghosts. Ghost on ghost crime is terrible. It's a rash in this country. We've got a problem with it. So this Nathan Livingstone Milk Bar TV. I don't know who this guy is. Freelance filmmaker, video editor. He's been just come on. This guy looks really serious. This guy looks fucking serious about all this stuff. Oh my goodness. Anyway, he's been posting a bunch of shit. He is very much against Candace Owens. I just wanted to go through this video clip real quick. Maybe we'll check out the whole interview at some point. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I do want to talk about this. This is only 2 minutes.
Why you would pursue this so aggressively. One, you've been duped by these French journalists.
Okay, so Piers Morgan is asking Candace Owens why is she going to all this length to prove that Brigitte Macron is a man? Like, we all know it, so why are you trying to prove it?
And secondly, worse, that you kind of know it's not true, but you've ridden the wave of conspiracy theory about it because it's been so lucrative and it's gone around the world, like you've been saying. And I think that is why they're so.
So Piers Morgan goes with Piers Morgan logic. Everything is a false choice dilemma with him. Like, well, it must be this or this every time. Like, this is just how he operates, binary thinking, and typically deficient binary thinking. But he's saying, well, either you've been duped because you're stupid, or you're actually smart and you know that you're lying to everybody and you just made a bunch of money, so you rolled with it knowing the lie was happening. And maybe this is just Piers trying to be strategic and thinking he can fish an admission out of Candace Owens, which I don't think so. But maybe. But let's see how this goes, because this gets kind of interesting to me.
Doing you, because ultimately they know that you've been amplifying this massively more than the journalists had in France, getting way more global traction. And it boils down.
Did you see that? Did you guys watch the Candace lip tuck there? That was interesting. Watch Candace Owens' face real quick.
In France, getting way more global traction.
Right there. She tucks it in. She goes from to. She wants to say something. She's not saying it. There's no analysis as to like what's hiding behind the lips of Candace Owens there, besides a bunch of teeth. But it's just an interesting thing to happen right here. And what you don't want, like, she's doing this as an interview, which could be really bad for her case. But you would never want that reaction to be seen by a jury. That reaction is not calculated and is not predictable in how people interpret it. What's she tucking her lip in for? Why at this point? She's stone-faced for the rest of it.
And it's massively more than the journalists had in France, getting way more global traction. And it boils down to one simple fact, not photographs, as you keep trying to distract me with, but a sex test. If on day one of this case, she just produces an actual sex test report that says she's a woman, you're going to realize in that moment you've been completely duped. What do you do then?
Piers is missing something here. He tacitly admits that there is no existing sex test for Candace Owens to verify the biological gender of Brigitte Macron. So he's actually feeding into her reasonableness argument. Well, I believe that they're misrepresenting this. And as Piers Morgan just points out, all they have to do is have a sex test. And she's never produced one. Now, of course, it's ridiculous on its face that you should have to get a sex test. Like, and it is embarrassing and degrading, right? Like, someone calls you, like if someone accused me of being a man a whole bunch, and I was like, no, I bleed. Like, I shouldn't have to produce the sex test to prove that I'm a woman. You shouldn't have to bow to the bully, so to speak. But it would put it to bed, and they haven't done it. And so Candace Owens can say, look, I fact-checked this. I went through it. The most credible sources who are the most versed on the issue and have the best evidence are these sources that I found and followed. Those are the ones that I used in formulating my opinion. I did my due diligence. And had the Macrons actually put out a sex test during my due diligence, I could have found it and come to an alternative conclusion. This is one of the strongest points of Candace Owens' suit. It's not necessarily the best point. Like, I'm not saying her case is good. She's got a hard case. This is very inflammatory comments being made here about a foreign leader and being made on a platform that goes out to millions of people. Judges don't always like that. Okay. So I want to be clear. Candace has a tough case here, but the case that the Macrons have to produce is that Candace Owens knowingly lied or recklessly disregarded the truth, which, again, as a journalist in a journalistic endeavor of producing a documentary miniseries about Macron and her whatever, she just has to show that she reached the level of her own fact checking that she would do on any other story, and that she wasn't reckless with this particular story versus the other stories. Now, Robert Barnes is on, and he suggested that ever since Alex Jones and Sandy Hook, that's no longer the case, and that instead you're now being held to the standard of a professional journalism outlet, something like the New York Times or the LA Times or Wall Street Journal, in their verification of facts and their research. But even so, this still goes right to the point that Piers Morgan is making. Piers Morgan can always be counted on to make the wrong point while he's trying to make the right one. But he's trying to make the point that, well, she could dispel all this with just one test on the first day of court. Isn't how that works. And we'll get to that in a minute. But can't that just tees right up for Candace Owens to say, yeah, and they haven't done that. It's that evidence doesn't exist. All I have is their word, their repeated word that I'm lying, that I'm wrong, that I'm lying. But my entire premise is that they're lying from the start. So if they say I'm lying and I'm wrong, that's to be expected because they are the global elite who are covering up this massive political scandal. So of course they're going to say I'm lying. The whole point is to gaslight everybody into believing that Brigitte is actually a woman. That's her entire argument. And this plays right into that. Piers is just dumb. He's the worst fucking interviewer, and his leaps of logic are never correct. It's so fucking irritating. Where were we? Oh, yes. Okay, here we go. Back to this.
Piers, I'm not concerned about it because, like I said, it's been about 10 years, and Brigitte could have done that at any moment. She's been in multiple.
There you go. Candace Owens right there. She could have done it at any moment, but she didn't. She didn't do that. That evidence doesn't exist. And I didn't get back to it. I said we'd get back to why it doesn't work that way. If Brigitte Macron comes in and says, here's a sex test that says I'm a woman. One, Candace Owens doesn't have to believe it. Her overarching plot line is that effectively these people are lying. They're using their position, authority, and power to cover up the political scandal, right? Like that's her position as a default. It's bigger than her just saying Brigitte Macron's a man. It's bigger than that. It's that they are involved in multiple cover-ups, that their status as the French first family allows them to insulate themselves from reality and to put forth the reality that that they want to project, and that reality is wrong. It's not true, and here's the evidence for it. Producing that on the first day of trial, first of all, you have to introduce it. There's going to be a fight over that sex test introduction, especially if Candace Owens's legal team isn't given opportunity to perform their own independent analysis of the test sample or perform their own test. Discovery doesn't just work like you get to include whatever you want, especially when it comes to something that's going to be testified to by an expert to say, this is what this means. This is how this genetic testing of biological gender or biological sex, as it were. This is, they're going to testify to these test results and tell everybody how they perform them, the lab conditions that they did, why the lab is qualified to do this, how many of them they've done. Right. We've seen this expert testimony in any number of trials. Just imagine that it's a guy explaining a sex test. Okay. Candace Owens would then get to challenge that and say, no. This is one, if they're not going to give us access to all of the information about how the test was performed, who performed it, let us depose them and go after them. Like if they don't do that, then they're not going to get to introduce the evidence. And finally, she can say, I don't believe it. If they don't let her team, if they don't give her the opportunity to analyze the information in whatever way the court deems appropriate, she gets to say, I don't believe it. But either way, it doesn't matter because that test won't have been publicly available or available to Candace Owens until that moment. And the question is not whether she should continue believing the good or bad thing or whatever it is, the defamatory comment. The question is, at the time she made it, did she have knowledge of the falsity or reckless disregard for the truth? Not now, during the lawsuit, months later, when it's become this like public explosion. No, that doesn't change what happened at the time. Now, if it comes out and then she makes new statements, it's a different story. But this, like, Piers Morgan thinks he's got Candace Owens backed up against the wall here. And like, she has a smug little smile on her face and she's very upbeat about it. And this time she's right. She's right to be.
Multiple lawsuits, involved in lawsuits, trying to shut journalists up. I mean, you really are asking people to defy their common sense in this moment.
And she brings up a good point. Rather than correcting the record, they filed lawsuits to limit the speech of their critics, of these other people. They've used lawsuits rather than following the simplest method. As as idiotic Pierce Morgan suggests, they could just produce a sex test and try and put the whole thing to bed. But they don't do that. Instead, they use lawsuits to silence the journalists who are bringing this up. And there's a little bit of heartstring tugging that you can see Candace Owens preparing for with the judge, having that in there. Like, no. The freedom of journalism is the right to question authority. And here, authority is using its own government, the government that it runs, right? This shouldn't be understated. The Macrons are using the government system that they are in power over to go after journalists who do not have political power, to go after these journalists and silence them. Why does Candace Owens have to believe that a French judicial proceeding conducted by the leader of France against a journalist critical of the leader of France, why does she have to believe that that's a legitimate use of that's a legitimate adjudication of the issue? Why should she be forced to accept that that is the reality because the president of France won a defamation suit in the French legal system against a journalist? This is America, Jack. We don't have to believe shit. Fuck you. So I think Candace Owens is in the right here. And I'm not a fan. Like you guys know, I'm not a big fan of hers or anything like that. And I'm not saying she's overall in the right. But in this interview, she's smiling with the right reasons. And her argument is being built by peers, and she's just rolling with it. Joe Rogan says, every critic of Candace, R.E. Macron, has not actually watched her podcast series. Me too. I'm not a critic of her in regards to the Macrons. I'm just not I'm not a fan of Candace Owens in general. I don't hate her. I don't care to watch anything she makes.
Had they not filed this, it would have fizzled. Owens would have moved on to another story. Like I said, Discovery be like, Bridget, drop them.
Drop them. Drows off, girl. All right, back to this for just a minute.
We were asking, can you confirm this is you in this photo from the childhood that has been produced, ironically, by a woman who was charged for forging documents? It was a dead ringer, that photo. Not
okay, so the video editor has edited clips together, but that's where Candace loses a little bit here. You can't say, well, she was charged with forging documents. Okay. Did she forge this document is a way different question. You know, I don't know if you guys know this, but people who are charged with forging documents, they actually handle, several thousand documents in their lifetime, just like you or anybody else. And they didn't forge most of them. Most of the documents that even the worst of forgers handle are legitimate documents, because that's how crime works, right? You don't get to say, well, they forged a document, therefore all their documents are forgeries or suspicious. It is curious, of course, that that's who produced the photo. You'd think that Brigitte would produce the photo, but here we go.
Not of First Lady Brigitte Macron, who was side by side here, but it was a dead ringer for her very chatty daughter, Tefan. It was, in fact, my musings about that was one of the areas of nitpick, one of the areas that the Macrons had included when they initially sent me the first strongly worded letter, because I had claimed on a show dating back to March of last year that the photo was recolorized. Now I'm a lot deeper on the facts, and I now know for a fact that that photo was not recolorized.
So she, she's talking about the difference of when she first reported on something, says she got it wrong, says she's, that photo was not recolorized, et cetera, et cetera. So she was incorrect. But that addresses the issue right there. I got it wrong. I got the thing wrong. My information was bad. So here she is owning up to it. But anyway, the Macrons versus Owens thing is really weird, because there's so much going on. And now, gosh, I got like persistent swallows. I'm talking too fast, not breathing enough, I think. I'll talk slower. Hello, chat. Today we're going to make meatballs. Anyway. Sorry. Now Candace Owens is calling on Trump to intervene and say, why hasn't Trump stepped in on this? Blah, 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 protecting an American from a French foreign leader bully and stuff like that. And there are questions about whether or not he can, what they can do. But you know, the Owenses are worth a lot of money. They have the money to take this thing and resist the onslaught of the French first family. But it will be an interesting thing to see how the courts deal with the fact that this is a foreign head of state suing an American private citizen. Seems like it's a diplomatic issue that could be resolved in some way, but who knows? Who knows? I'm still not aware of this ever happening. The closest thing I could find were some foreign governments suing companies in the United States, but not individuals.
La tradizione italiana delle polpette e della pasta è rovinata da questo grassone di nome Kurt che ha un pene piccolo.
Okay. Why is the only thing that I know of in Italian micropene? I know that. I don't know what the rest of that said, but I know that it ends with micropene and Kurt has one. Damn it, I hate you. Rocco D2 says legit evidence would be Macron's wife lifting her dress in court and seeing it's twig and berries. But see, if Macron's wife, like if Brigitte is trans, for example, then that's not what you'd see. You know, you'd see misshapen taco or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to be following the Macron's versus Owens thing unless it settles out early or the Macron's withdraw the lawsuit. And that might actually be completely the most reasonable option that they have is to withdraw the lawsuit voluntarily and dismiss it out with no settlement before discovery. Because once discovery is in gear, like they won't be able to do that. Once the other side has to undertake a significant burden, you're not just going to be able to withdraw from the case. So, you know, if they don't withdraw soon and Candace Owens gets into discovery and they go after it, the Macrons are setting themselves up for a lot of embarrassing things to be Candace Owens's content for the next several years. And they're also going to simultaneously boost her presence, platform, and credibility through the lawsuit with some version of the Streisand effect happening. And it's going to be a long time unless it ends, or like I said, unless they pull out. Never pull out. Unless they pull out, it's going to go for a long time, and there's plenty to watch. There's plenty to follow along. And there's some really novel legal issues here, which means that once it's done, it's not done. Because it's going to get appealed no matter who wins to the appellate court. There's a foreign leader involved suing a private citizen in the United States over journalism. That's a direct First Amendment implication by a head of state, a head of another state, but using the American legal process and maybe leveraging their political celebrity status against a U.S. journalist, silencing her for her speech. Just they don't like the story. And again, I go back to this main question. Where are the damages? What are the damages? So she says things that are embarrassing. She doesn't like. I get it. Right. But you're still the French president. You're still the French first family. You haven't been ousted. There aren't people, trying to hang you from a lamppost for being trans or something like that. No one's doing anything like that at any real scale. And so where's the damages? What's happening? And now that this lawsuit is filed and it's become an international story that's going to develop and develop and develop, subsequent happenings of, like, let's say people start to get really mad at Brigitte. Let's say they lose the next election. Let's say all of this. won't be able to be blamed on Candace alone anymore because now they filed the lawsuit. They brought a bunch of attention to it. They made it this public story. And they've gone to publications with the story as well. Once you do all that, man, you really reduce your ability to say this person is causing this harm. So it's going to be interesting. That said, I think we need to do some meatball. We're 2 hours in. We need to finish this meatball video. Right? We need to do that, don't we? Judge Maddie pulling out doesn't work anyway. We named her Sarah. Attaboy. Attaboy.
Ms. Macron looks like a Hanna-Barbera villain wearing a wig. We can call him Ms. Ing Dick. Can't trust those cartoon Frenchies.
I agree. Cartoon Frenchies are worse than real ones, and that's hard to imagine. All right, guys. I do need to do one thing here. I need to go to the bathroom. Sorry, old man. You have to deal with it. But I thought we can play some Pressure Queen as the bathroom song today, if that's okay with you guys. We probably won't get through the whole song, but I'll be back in just a moment. We'll play the song while I'm gone. See you guys in just a second.
Standing tall on this mountain of fools, we're spinning round, but I'm breaking the rules. They look up at me, shadows in the dust. Bullets shining, tufts like a crown of rust. Enemies swarm like ants at my feet, but I'm the giant, they can't take the heat. Daily grind tries to drag me down low. Demons whisper, but I tell them where to go. Oh, I'm rising up. Yeah, I'm claiming my throne. You haters and fakers, leave me alone. You're beneath me, you weaklings, just come on the earth. I'll crush your dreams, show you what I'm worth. Triumph is mine in this solitary fight. No one's my equal, I'm the king of the night. Hear me roar, feel the fire in my soul. I'm unbreakable, yeah, I'm in control. Alone in the shadows, no one by my side. Fending off darkness, but nothing to hide. Resent every sunrise, the battles I face. But I push through the pain, keep up the pace. They plot and they scheme, but I'm steps ahead. Towering over them, filling them with dread. My spirit's a fortress, no crack in the wall. I'll step forever, watch the mighty fall. Oh, I'm rising up. Yeah, I'm claiming my throne. You haters and fakers, leave me alone. You're beneath me, you weaklings, just come on the earth. I'll crush your dreams, show you what I'm worth. But in the quiet hours, when the world's far away, my faithful companion, you light up my day. Instapot, baby, you're my pressure queen. Electric heart humming, cooking up my dreams. You refuse to steal, steam slipping through the crack. Frustrating my meals, but I keep coming back. You're the only one who gets me through thick and through thin. Together we'll boil over, let the victory begin. Oh, I'm rising up, yeah, I'm claiming my throne. You haters and fakers, leave me alone. You're beneath me, you weaklings, you scum of the earth. I'll crush your dreams, show you what I'm worth. Triumph is mine in this solitary fight. No one's my equal, I'm the king of the night. Hear me roar, feel the fire in my soul. I'm unbreakable, yeah, I'm in control. Yeah, I'm in control.
Why is it so fucking funny? Okay. All right. Here. Someone's asking where they can get the song. I'll share it in the chat for now. I'll probably do a video of Just Did at some point. Is it? Okay, cool. I'll put it in both chats so you guys can go to it at your leisure. Share it around. I don't care. It's just there. It's there for the joke. It's so fucking funny to me.
Brigitte Macron a une baguette plus grosse que Kurt, car sa baguette est micro.
Wait, why is it so good at pronouncing French? Why is Ronnie O'Neill un petit francophone or whatever? Okay. That was excellently pronounced French. I don't know what to do with that. All right. What are the downsides to pressure cookers? There's got to be some trade-offs. Well, the downside used to be before the electric ones, they're kind of, they took a little skill to use when you had the pressure cooker that you would do on a stovetop, for example. You have to be more aware of and regulating the temperature that the amount of heat you're applying to the pressure cooker and stuff like that. But the real risk now with the electronically controlled ones that are very easy to use, it's not really a risk. It's just the same as any other gadget, right? The benefits are increased, or decreased cooking time and stuff like that. The trade-off is you braise a roast for 4 hours. It's going to be better than the pressure cooked roast. It just is. It's going to be more tender. Pressure cookers do a lot, but they still can't change they can't ultimately eliminate the amount of time it takes for fat and connective tissue with inside meat to render. Like they just can't do that. And the other thing is, it's a very moist environment. Cooking a lot of times is about removing moisture from food, and pressure cookers cook the food in moisture specifically. So they're really good at those types of things. Again, braising quickly, making a quick stew or soup, even making broth really quickly, because the pressure extracts the flavor and nutrition from the basically the tea that you're making, either the vegetables or meat or whatever, a little bit faster than doing it on a stovetop. The pressure is helpful in that way. But yeah, the trade-offs are, reduced quality. And also they take up space. This is the worst part of every gadget, because I have an air fryer. Air fryer is fucking awesome. And I have an Instapot, and the Instapot's great for making rice and maybe a few other things. I don't use it very often, but they take up space right there on the counter. Space. It's got to be near an outlet, all that stuff. Same with like a toaster oven, any of these things that make a particular task more convenient. One of the biggest trade-offs is always space. I have a big kitchen. It's fucking annoying to have these things. Can't imagine what small kitchens, what do they do? The Black Blade says, Suno is fun. I made a Kurt song myself. If you don't want it sounding so cool, try making it do ska music. No, I don't want that. I hate ska, and I hope it dies forever. Rusty Shackleford says $5 for pressure cooker V1. I expect that YouTube version so I can download it. Yeah, of course. I will. I want to make a video for it. Rusty Shackleford says Queen, pressure queen. Don't worry, King. I got you.
The only thing that could make Pressure Queen better if it was done by Avenged Sevenfold.
That would be amazing. See, that's the thing. You got to get the AI music to make the concept, and then you got to get a real musician to really fucking wail it out. That'd be awesome. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm ready for Kurt cooking. When we left off, his multi-layered meatball soup, which is not soup, it's meatballs in sauce, apparently. But his sauce is just broth, or better than bouillon soup base. Stewed tomatoes, some tomato paste, I think, and then water. That's his sauce. Who fucking knows? Oh, guys, I want to let you know. Sorry. Too many things to address. One, I found a gem today. I found a gem, and I'm not going to say what it is. We're going to watch it soon. This is the cooking video you've all been waiting for. I found it today. I've got it. It's going to happen. All right? And soon. That's one. Two, someone asked if I had seen the disturbing sultry voice AI conversations with Kurt that have been happening lately. Yes, I have. Yes. I have watched Kurt argue with his sultry voiced grok or whatever that he talks to as if they're in the room. And it's so funny arguing with them over Star Trek ethics. I have watched this. It is marvelous. It is magnificent. I don't even know how to describe it. Don't worry. There's more to watch than just cooking. Kurt is the most entertaining person I've come across in a while.
Give me a second, guys, as I work on this. Talk amongst yourselves while I'm trying to fix this problem.
Yeah, we'll talk amongst
ourselves. You don't want to watch this part, I assure you. There's nothing glorious about it. You can watch my face as I struggle with it, though, if you want. Lol.
You can watch my face as I struggle. Is that what you tell all the victims? All
right. Now, how do I do this in a way that makes sense? Let's see. How do you get it out of here?
This is after the trazodone and the pizza casserole, and he's now applying makeup to his sleeping guest.
Okay. Let me do a little water here.
Do a little water. Hold on, Laura J says, I explained this to my 73-year-old mom, and she thought it sounded like a silly thing to watch. I got a text 2 hours later saying she couldn't look away. Yes. Yes. What is he cleaning? I think he's cleaning the O-ring for the seal on his pressure cooker, I think. Or brushing the teeth of the unconscious. I don't know. One of those two.
Now let me clean this lid off.
Oh, wait. No, I remember now. So Instapots have the pot and it's inserted into the base unit. The base unit has the heating element on the bottom and then the ceiling top. He pulled the pot out and it was disgusting all around, like all inside the thing, because he overfills this stuff. And so it boils over while he's cooking and it makes a big fucking mess. So he's wondering if it's not sealing because of all of the food crud that is built up inside of his pressure cooker. And I wish that was a joke, but that's what he's cleaning out right now. I thought he was just cleaning the O-ring, but he just said we got to clean this lid. So now he's going to attack that problem, which is where the sealing issue would occur. But in general, the inside of your Instapot should be clean, and the base unit. Sorry, that's where we left off.
Let's see if I can make anything happen here.
Disgusting. Yes, you will always. Psychosis, yes, you will always be both horrified and in bewildering wonderment watching Kurt cook.
Clean the ring. See if it makes any difference.
The O-ring brought down the challenger. It's true.
Okay.
Don't worry, he will eventually move the camera, I believe. I don't think we're stuck staring at the ceiling in our K-hole the entire time.
Put the ring back on.
Oh God, I just had a horrifying thought. Like, so when you're in a K-hole, you can hear, but your brain doesn't really like understand where the sounds are coming from or why. It just kind of makes up what's going on, but disassociated from any reality. So I just thought about it. I said that as a joke, and then I was thinking about it. I was like, oh my God, what if you were laying on the ground in a K-hole in Kurt's kitchen as he was cooking, and you heard all the sounds and the slopping around and the breathing. Like, what would your brain see? Oh.
Okay. Come on, baby. Be good to me.
Be good to me, baby, please.
Off.
Turn it off. You're good at that.
Thing back on. Okay. Let's try again, shall we? Found out to clean up the valve with a pipe cleaner? Really? Never done that before.
No kidding.
Well, if that doesn't work, if this doesn't work, then maybe the next time I'll have to get a pipe cleaner. I don't know. We'll see.
Listen, you can make you. No, don't. You make dolls for the pipe cleaner of all the people who've eaten casserole.
Once you start, leave the valve open until you start seeing steam come out. Really?
No, nope. You the valve is closed the entire time. The steam pushes a ball. It's a ball valve. The steam pushes the ball up, and when the steam stops coming out, that's when you know it's reached pressure inside because the pressure has pushed the ball up. So no, that chatter is wrong. They're probably trolling him. I'll save you, Kurt.
That sounds like a climax montage sound in a cheesy 80s fight movie.
This would require me getting back up. Yes?
You guys can't make him get up. He has to squat 700 pounds to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Why was he looking at us while he drank the water? That made it worse. You can't make it. Oh, he's making drinking water creepy. Stop. Lisa Ballerini, I could pull up Kurt's chat, but I like it being untainted. I want to have our thoughts. His chat, I don't trust them.
All right, fair enough. We'll give it a shot. We'll try it. We'll try it, Patty Cakes. We'll give it a shot. We will give it a shot. All right. So I'll just leave the valve open in the open position.
No, why would you do this? This is the dumbest advice.
The valve is now in the open position.
He just washed this. He just washed it. He's like, oh, I'm going to wash the lid. Look at it. It's got shit all over it. You just washed this. Why? Why did you fail? Just run a towel over it. For Christ's sake. Ah. Principled Uncertainty says, what disturbs me, or should I say what disturbs most, is that he always has this look on his face that says, Mom, I did a bad thing again. It's just crusty shit all over this fucking thing. Just clean it off. You can put these in the dishwasher. Like, you don't want to put the base unit in the dishwasher, but the lid goes in the dishwasher. It's dishwasher safe. Like, just put it in there. If you don't want to wash it like by hand, this would take 10 seconds to clean up. But if you don't want to wash it by hand, you just put the lid in the dishwasher, in the interior pot. It's amazing.
And we will see what happens. I'll just stand here and see if it makes noises or something.
Mirror ear. Why does his eyes get so big?
What happens if you just take the cap off altogether?
Don't do that.
Presumably that just opens it up, right? So I'll just take off the cap.
Why would you take off the cap? You have to put it back on when the steam is coming out and you've got a hand. I hope he burns his hand.
I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot. Some people think I'm shorter than that for some reason, but
you seem short because you're wide.
do I add a little lemon juice? No, in the water I'm drinking, no, I either put Crystal Light or liquid IV in there. I usually drink this. This is my go-to. Crystal Light, peach, mango, green tea. But once a day, at least, I try to do a liquid IV just to make sure that I'm staying hydrated because of the Monjourno, because the only real symptom.
Jennifer Vernier's, how tall are you, Nick? I am 6'2 and a half. You got to have that. You got to have the half in there. It's how you assert dominance.
That I have is dehydration, and therefore, what about the electrolytes? Well, as I was just saying, once a day, I try to have liquid IV to make sure that I'm dealing with those issues. So that's how I deal with those things.
James Jimbo, you're going to get banned.
It might be too full. It's below the max line, man.
I think Kurt makes a mistake, and I'm speculating here. I believe, I haven't looked at mine because I don't run into this issue. I'm usually just cooking rice. But I believe it has different fill lines. It has a fill line for pressure cooking, and I think it has a fill line for slow cooking. The slow cooking fill line is higher than the pressure cooking fill line. And I think Kurt does the pressure cooking at the fill line for the slow cooker. I'm not sure on that. But it's boiling over, which it shouldn't do. He's got a mess on the outside of the bucket and on the inside of the unit. You shouldn't have that. Gross. Ew, did he eat it?
How do you get the IVs at home?
Right there, baby. They thought he meant an actual IV drip, but liquid IV. I love liquid IVs. They're great. They're great. You know, they have electrolytes, which is salt, typically magnesium, stuff like that, and those things help convert the liquid that you're consuming into liquid that your body can use, which is actually stored in a crystalline structure attached to a salt. But never mind. Those things are great. They're great for hangovers too, or any way you need to be hydrated quickly, and they taste really good. Golden cherry, banger. Lemon lime, my goodness.
This is how.
Got that song in my head now. Haters and fakers, leave me alone.
Mom and Dad are missing me? Yeah. Oh, the valve is spurting. The valve. I saw the valve.
Imagine you don't know there's an Instapot and you just see this angle and this man say, yep, the valve is spurting. I see the valve spurting. Oh, God, it's filthy. It's the filthiest fucking thing you could say.
Valve sputter.
It's not sputter. Ew.
Some liquid came out of the valve.
My man's in here learning about the G spot in real time with his eyes. No. Oh, come on. I didn't even try. I didn't know these eyes were going to hit me like this. Watch my valve spurt, you filthy bitch.
Exciting. Exciting.
Oh, stop.
We're doing Valve Watch.
Ew.
Do Valve Watch. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, gross.
Dun, 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 dun.
I hate.
Dun, 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 dun.
My valve is spurting too much. Can't stop. Oh, it's just spurting all over.
My instructions were not to close it until Steam came out. That was my instruction.
You're gonna burn your fucking hand.
My instructions were clear until Steam came out. I remember the assignment.
I'm sorry. What D Hunter do? Says he does seem like someone who would serenade their own penis. I don't even know how to respond to that. I don't know what to make of that comment. I'm trying to think if I've ever done this. And then I'm questioning why, like, I might not have. I don't know if you should or should not serenade your own penis at this point. Now I'm fucking confused.
This is now we're literally watching a pot boil now. This is what we're doing, by the way.
Okay. It never boils when you watch it, Kurt. That's the saying.
Be careful putting it back. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Famous last words. Also hold my beer.
Does this man not realize like how devastating steam is as it blasts your skin when you're trying to put... The way you would do this is you would use a towel. You'd hold it with a towel and you very quickly put the valve on. But you don't want to hold a damp towel either because it'll just go right. The heat will go right through that onto your hand. But geez, like this is dumb.
Uncivil in chat, watching a pot boil. Uncivil in chat, literally watching a boil. Is it a pressure cooker? Yes.
POV, you're his penis being serenaded. Uncivil chat, watching a pot boil. Why don't I move?
I just saw one little spurt of.
Ugh. You guys in the chat are unreal. Stop making me laugh.
I hear a lot of noises.
Yeah,
I hear a lot of churning noises.
Us too. Unsettling. Stop showing the Roach Motel. Get that off your fucking counter.
Is there enough liquid in it? There should be. Hopefully. Close it now. It's good and hot. But we haven't seen any steam come out. The instruction was until the steam came out. That was the instruction. That takes a while. Well, she's giving you permission. Fine. All right, fine. Valve is back on and sealed. Great. All right, fine.
I mean, that man was going to burn his hands. Do you call them wood roaches or do you call them palmetto bugs? I call them roaches. Roaches are disgusting. I hate them. Collapsing into chairs. Like a Muslimed building.
What kind of meatball? Spicy pork ones.
Why are his eyes like that?
No, close the valve. I did close the valve. When I put it on, I put it in the closed position. What kind of sauce? Tomato-based. You watched me make it.
It wasn't a tomato-based sauce. It was just tomato. Like that was the sauce, was just tomato. You took tomato sauce, tomato paste, stewed tomatoes, and you just slathered them in. You put some better than bouillon in there, but that doesn't make it a sauce. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
We made together tomato-based. We put in a sweet onion, medium-sized sweet onion. We did 3 tablespoons of garlic that was.
Pearl says, I'm a fan. Wait a minute. That's not Pearl, is it? Hold on now.
So there's this clip going
Holy
viral
shit,
on-
that is that's just Pearly things. What's up, Pearl? How you doing? Nice to have you here. Watch this destructive man make food. Pearl says, yes, it's me. Well, welcome to the show, Pearl. We should talk sometime. Here we go. Back to Kurt. Thank you, by the way, for the super chats. Very kind, very generous.
Sweated down. We did 5 anchovy fillets for a little umami flavor. Then we cooked that, let that brown really nicely with some a little bit of avocado oil. So we cooked that, sweated that down, let it brown. Then we put in the meatballs. Then we put in a layer of tomato.
Pearl said, I came to see if you think Candace is going to win her lawsuit. I don't know. I think it's a tough road for her. I think she's got a tough fight because her statements are really inflammatory, but there's a lot of, I think her case does have a lot of good things going for it, but I don't want to oversell them. I mean, she's got a tough one, but the fact that the Macrons are public figures, the fact that they're the first family of France, and that they haven't been removed from being first family of France since Candace's allegations came out, makes it hard for them to show damages. And they're not like they're wealthy, but they're not ultra rich. I think their estimated net worth between them is $10 million by some website that I checked randomly, so super accurate or whatever. But they don't, and I don't know the French rules for the French first family, like what investments and stuff they can hold, but they don't seem to hold a lot of, money making interests. Like they don't have a bunch of US companies that they own or something like that would be able to show economic damages. So I think they're going to try and win on a nominal damage award with attorney's fees, which will cost, $1 million. And then the other part be punitive damages, and they'll allege that the statements are so inflammatory that the punitive damage award should be high. It's the same law firm that did the Sandy Hook, I think. Or no, they did the Dominion lawsuits. So this is a law firm that is used to getting massive judgments, probably far in excess of what should be awarded, like the one against Fox News for the Dominion voting systems. That said, I think that Candace's huge defense towards those punitive damages is that She does have First Amendment speech, and while the damage, like punitive damages, would be to need to be reasonably tailored to discourage future behavior, and they're fact specific to the person who's speaking. I think she does have maybe an imperfect defense on the damages, which would allow her to mitigate those punitive damages quite a bit. Because I really like, how have the Macrons really been affected by this other than filing the lawsuit and then claiming and telling the world that they're affected? Outside of that, if they had just ignored Candace Owens and she could run her mouth and do the documentary, how much damage would be done? I don't think a lot. But if you really want to like do an in-depth dive on it, let's talk sometime. I'd be happy to break it down and get into the weeds on it. Absolutely. And again, thank you so much for coming and contributing to the show and asking these questions. Happy to answer them. You should really check out this Kurt video. This guy's great. Pearl says we should definitely stream sometime. I watch your stuff from time to time. It makes me laugh. Well, good. I appreciate that. You have some very interesting opinions, and I don't agree with all of them, which is obviously that's fine. But like I said, they're interesting. You're an interesting person, so I'd love to do that. Let's chat. Let's chat. All right. And Pearl, I know you came for Candace, but all of us come for Kurt. This is a man who knows how to use an Instapot. He will woo you off your feet.
Paste for some more umami. Then we put in a teaspoon of the Italian herbs, better than bouillon.
That wasn't a teaspoon. 4 teaspoons, you liars.
Then we put in a can of stewed tomatoes, I believe. Then we did the second layer of meatballs.
Second layer.
We did more stewed tomatoes. Another thing of the Italian herbs. And I think we put in one more thing of garlic too. So there's now 4 teaspoons of garlic in there. We put in a layer of cheese. Then we did the final layer of meatballs. We did a can of tomato sauce.
Each can of stewed tomatoes has about 900 milligrams of sodium. It's 250 milligrams a serving, 3.5 servings a container. I'm not Asian, so I only did the math partially. Tomato sauce, because he did do tomato sauce as well. Here we go. HEB tomato sauce. He didn't do the no salt added. That would be uncouth of him. 3.5 servings at 280 milligrams. So we're pushing closer to another 1,000 milligrams of sodium. This is just from the tomatoes, his healthy ingredient. The bouillon puts it way over.
With, again, the Italian herbs, better than bouillon. I think that's what we did in that order. Sounds right. And then I added in about a can of, so I added in about 15 ounces of water to help thin it out a little bit. And of course, lots of red pepper flake. We did a fair amount of red pepper flake. Whether it's too much or not, I guess we're going to find out real fast. All right, it's counting down. Should I see whether or not the thing is pressurized or not?
Let it go. Let it go. It's a pressure cooker. Just let it go. Just let it go. Okay, better than bouillon. 1 teaspoon is the serving size. He did not do 2 teaspoons of better than bouillon. He did like at least 2 teaspoons per layer. Each one of those is another 560 milligrams of sodium. So you've got another 2 grams of sodium. Again, we're not talking about all the other stuff he has in there. This is just his tomatoes and better than bouillon. Oh, so disgusting. Principled Uncertainty says, I missed the start of this video. What is the name of the woman he's cooking? Oh my gosh. Dolores. Holy shit. Nightwave Radio. What up, Mersh? He says, it's Mersh. I'm back on YouTube. I'm cheaply plugging myself. Nice guy, Mersh. Well, look, if you really wanted to cheaply plug yourself, just clean up after a WNBA game and you can plug yourself for free.
Or should I just screw it? Will I serve over pasta? No, I'm going to serve over jasmine rice. If it's counting down, it's pressurized. That is not true. I assure you. Just because it's counting down does not mean it's pressurized. If it's counting down, the pressure switch is happy. I promise.
If it's counting down, it's pressurized, or it's supposed to be. It thinks it is. So if you have a busted seal, that means you need to replace your Instapot. But it is pressurized if it's counting down. It doesn't start the countdown until it reaches pressure.
Gee, that's not necessarily true.
It is true.
At least in my pot, it is not true. Those are not the same thing. What? I'm telling you. I can go check it right now. You want me to confirm it? I just did. Incidentally, that's why we had to clean the whole thing. It was counting down. Do you want me?
Don't you do that? You had to clean the whole thing because it was foul. Disgusting. Broken Baker says, we come for Kurt. No woman ever.
People asking about how you get IVs at home, paramedics, nurses, and military medics all making nervous faces, like any woman when Kurt approaches him.
Oh, no.
Can you confirm it? I'm telling you. Okay, no? All right. It's not pressing. You need a new pot? I might need a new pot. I could use a new pot maybe.
If you're not going to maintain your pot, then you need a new one. Pot victim, same thing.
I get myself one of the 8-quart ones this time. That'd be good.
Yeah, get a bigger one.
And the word Jackson do. I mean, it's easy. All I have to do is pull the switch, and either steam comes out or it doesn't. I mean, it's dead simple.
That's how it happens.
I'll do it. Fuck it.
No. Just let it be. Beatles, man.
See, the timer's going. The timer's going, right? No? Well, yes. And there's no steam.
Oh, gross! Ew!
Wait. It's over max? No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wait. It sounds like there's steam now.
Stop opening the fucking lid.
No, see, there's the max line. See where the max line is? That is not over max. That is under the max line. That is under max. I can read.
No, you can't. That looks so gross. I press button.
The max they mark as BS. Well, it's the max line. What do you want from me? It is the max line.
It's the max
you say it's over max. I say it's under the max line. It's literally the one they marked on the pot. What more do you want from me? It's literally the max line.
Come on.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's under the max line.
Tell me about it.
That's what I'm telling you. Jeez.
Why are you holding me and shaking me? I just want to lay down. Look at that fucking pause face. Please stop. I'll be quiet. I'll just watch.
Lord.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I was just trying to help.
They effed this up. The people who made it effed it up. The people who have sold 3 billion of these things effed up where to put the max line. Yes. That doesn't sound very plausible to me.
Doesn't sound plausible at all. Who's ever heard of a product being wrong? Who's ever heard of that? Like, dude, it's a stamp that hits a steel cylinder. Anything can make that cylinder wrong. You just take for granted that it's right. It's right, though. I think you're just using the wrong fill line because you're filthy. He's so mad. Look at how mad he is. Oh.
But it's probably time for the it's probably time for the bigger Instapot. It's probably time for the bigger Instapot. So maybe I'll get myself the 8-quart one.
We're gonna need a bigger pot.
Go for the Ninja Foodie.
Oh, gross.
You like Ninja products? Fair enough. You think the Ninja Foodie is better than the Instapot? Oh. We need a meatball song? We do need a meatball song.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm looking at something real quick. So there's, I don't know which frequently asked question this answer is to, but it says, do not fill the inner pot over the half line. Overfilling may cause the risk of clogging the steam release pipe and developing excess pressure. The max fill line at the top is for liquids. I was right. There are multiple fill lines. The max fill line at the top is for liquid only. Typically, if you're pressure cooking, it's half to 2/3 are the max fills for pressure cooking something. He just like he didn't he's like, oh, max fill line is here. I can put more layers of meatballs. No.
How many minutes did I put in for 20?
Why? Why 20? Do you have any idea why you picked 20 minutes?
20 minutes of pressure was.
By the way, if you're going to pressure cook, the first part of pressure cooking is you have to bring the slop to a boil because the liquid has to boil to generate steam. That's, I guess it has to get near boiling, but it has to, some parts of the water have to rise up and then fill the chamber with steam. And then that's what creates the pressure. If you fill it all the way, I think he's got a 6-quart thing. It's 1.5 gallons that takes forever to boil under any circumstance. There's just no way to do it quickly. So he's like, I don't know if the steam's coming. He keeps releasing the top. Dude, you're never going to get there. You're never going to get there. It's 6 quarts of liquid. Fuck's sake. Holy shit. We have a huge super tip here, which I want to make sure and play right away. This is from Anonymous. I don't know who it is.
Hey, I've been watching you since your quarter pounder vids. Haven't donated because I had no money until now, since I've grown up into a man now.
Yeah.
But also because Google is gay. I hated seeing how little it took for you to have everyone dogpile on you after all the years of good deeds you've done.
Thank you.
Have some banana stand money. And I've wanted to ask you two things over the years. Were you going to have another red flag law discussion with that woman? And what happened to those 2 fan-made knives you were planning to raffle away for the Vic donations?
I have the knives still. This is the easier one to answer because the other one I'm a little confused on. I have the knives still. I've told Vic that I would give them to him to do with as he pleases. And but we haven't talked in a while. So I don't know. If he wants them, I'll send them to him happily. But I still have them. The problem was I got them and they were right at the time that I was going to auction them is when he lost his TCPA motion. And then with that, it kind of brought down all of the interest. So I didn't want to auction them at that time because it brought away everything. And I was like, well, I'll either Vic will find a way to market these or do something else at a better time, but they're his to have. I have them here just because I haven't had a good opportunity to hand them off to him. But maybe I should reach out and see if he still wants them. I don't know if he wants to like take them and just keep them because they're cool. They are cool. Or if he wants to sell them, at one of his shows or something like that. I'm not sure, but at present they are resting in my care, but they're his whenever he wants them. So, thank you, Anonymous, for the very large donation. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. And, as far as the other question, another red flag law discussion with that woman. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by red flag law discussion with that woman and who that woman is. If anybody can decode that for me and throw it in the chat, I would appreciate it. I just don't, I don't quite know what discussion they're referencing. But here, back to this.
What I was aiming for. Is the liner stainless steel? I don't know.
Yes.
Ninja Foodie is 6 quart. Meatballs don't like to be pressurized. Wow, that is perhaps the least helpful comment so far.
Kendra Paris, Misty, thank you. Red flag laws. Okay, sorry, my brain was not there. Red flag laws in Florida at the time. Kendra Paris was someone who defended people who were hit with the red flag law. What that was a relative, or I believe in Florida, anybody. But in most states, it's a relative or someone in some sort of close relationship with a person can contact, can call 911 effectively and say that they believe that a person is a danger with the guns that they have in their possession. And then if they provide enough credible, if they pass a credibility smell test or whatever, and then they provide enough information, then the government goes in and takes the guns away from the person for a period of time until they can show that they're not a danger to themselves or others, which is not how we do rights, typically speaking. That's right. I had forgotten that I talked to Kendra a long time ago. I haven't spoken with her in a really long time. I should reach out and see what she's up to. But yes, she did primarily red flag defense down in Florida, I believe. And yes, I would love to get an update on it because it's probably been 5 years since we covered that topic, maybe 4. And someone who's actively practicing in that area would know about any updates and changes to how that's going and what they're seeing. So yeah, I'll have to reach out.
That's genius. Meatballs don't like to be pressurized. Okay. That's exciting. Thank you for that contribution. Holy shit. Hello.
That wasn't funny though. Meatballs don't like to be pressurized. Okay.
The soup function. What's the difference between the soup function and not? What does the soup function do? How's it change anything? Lets you boil without pressurization. Interesting. Incidentally, I just feel pretty good today. I feel good, and
You feel good today? You just went absolutely batty about the Max Fill line question. I'm with you wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong about it. You're wrong. I'm having a good day. I'm on a ton of fun. I'm a fun guy with a good day. Rocco D2 says, if I got a wobbler felon on my nonviolent gun charge and I got to lawyer get the state dropped to misdemeanor, what are chances Fed allows my gun rights back? Okay, so you were convicted of a felony and then it's going to be reduced to a misdemeanor. If it's adjudicated down to a misdemeanor, either by plea agreement or like a stay of imposition or something like that, then you should be able to get your gun rights back, especially if it's nonviolent, but only after you've completed any probation or parole, and then and after you've gotten the charge officially reduced. But I believe you will still have to petition ATF since they will have taken your rights away from the felony conviction. That would be my best guess. Convicted, reduced to misdemeanor. If you were convicted and it was reduced to a misdemeanor at sentencing, like you pled it down to a misdemeanor, you should be golden. Your rights should not have been taken away. Your rights would have been temporarily suppressed by release conditions or probation conditions. Sure. That was probably a condition of your plea agreement that you would do X amount of probation, maybe 12 months or 6 months, who knows. But during that time, you may have had your gun rights restricted, but they're not actually restricted in the way that they are when you're convicted of a felony. If a nonviolent misdemeanor shows up on your, on your background check for purchasing a gun, you should have, that shouldn't trigger that they can't sell it to you. After sentencing, year after, yeah. If you're sentenced to a felony and then it was reduced a year later, I would say you need to probably find a lawyer who will petition ATF to get your gun rights restored. Maybe look up Benjamin Blatt. I've had him on the show. He pretty much only fights ATF. Also, there's Fudbusters. Either of those guys might be great to talk to about that. I did not get gun rights back for people like I would have. I just never learned how to do it. So I don't know I've never looked into the full process. I've never had to do it myself. Those guys are probably the ones who if you reach out to them, they could probably give you some guidance that's more specific to your case.
Rackets. If you want to laugh, look up the story of Muhammad and the Al-Zoot. It's a story about Muhammad getting gangbanged by naked black dudes in the desert.
I'm not going to hold that against Muhammad, because who hasn't had that happen? Why do you think I want to go to Burning Man?
Have good energy.
This is good energy, Kurt. This is good energy, Kurt. Oh, I love him.
I'm really excited about this weight loss journey I'm on.
Me too.
I'm really making some really good progress.
I want to see Kurt with his train of skin behind him. I want to see Holocaust Kurt. I want to see what Kurt looks like. Like 160 pounds. Like that's the Kurt I want to see. I want to see the Kurt whose skin gets stuck in revolving doors after he goes through them.
Will the meatballs be done? Who knows? I put it back on for the third time.
Good
on the
energy,
pressure
man.
setting. I reset the thing and put it back on. So we'll see.
We'll see.
I'm not resetting it a fourth time. So whatever we get, we get. Are you staying off the scale? No, I literally weigh myself every single day when I'm at home. So instead of staying off the scale, I'm doing exactly 100% the opposite of that. And I'm not going to change that. So yeah, I like the graph. I'm not going to lie. I like the graph. Okay. I like graph go down. Graph go down is very encouraging to me because at least the experience, at least at the start, and even to some degree, even now, I don't necessarily feel it. And I don't necessarily see it in myself. Some of you guys have noticed that my face feels thinner, seems thinner, but I don't see it.
We don't either. Don't worry. It's not thinner. He looks like he has less skin issues on his face. I don't know what he's been doing with that, but he used to have the bumps all over the place and like the skin falling off everywhere. It looks like his skin is doing better. I don't know what he's doing to it. And he let his hair grow out a little bit, where it could, his beard and stuff. I think those are good improvements to make. He could just be applying a filter. I have no idea.
Right. I don't see it in my face yet. I don't feel it in my body yet. I feel very marginal. So for me, the scale is the validating thing because the scale tells me number go down. Number go down.
Number go down
is very validating. I like number go down. So I literally weigh myself every single not in the morning because number go down every single day. Every single day I go on the scale, number go down. And it's like, oh, that's pretty validating. Every single day, number go down. I like number go down. More number go down. So yeah, we're definitely weighing. Yeah, we I got myself a nice withing scale, by the way, in case anyone cares. I got the cheapest withing scale because all I need is body fat and weight.
I know he's not saying this, but he just said all I need is body fat and weight. Sounds like the most successful Tinder profile in human history.
Right. The withing scales, some of them are like really fancy. They've got like all kinds of advanced features. I'm like, I just want to weigh myself. Okay. And I don't need to do anything more. It just weighs myself. Weigh myself at night. Well, I weigh myself at the same when I wake up. I weigh myself at the same time when I wake up every day. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I'm just telling you, and I'm going to keep doing it. And so that's what's happening. So we're just doing that. Okay. Anyways, pressing. He's like, I weigh myself in the morning. Have you considered weighing yourself at night? What? Why? Why? It's like I'm already weighing myself.
Because your weight changes throughout the day. The most important thing is to weigh consistently at the same time every day. So in the morning is fine, but why would you consider weighing yourself at night? I don't know. See how you're doing over the course of the day. Some people are curious how much they weigh after they've eaten. Some people weigh themselves right before and after they poop. Who knows?
At the same time every day. So it's like, it doesn't really, fuck.
He gets so frustrated with any mild, like, that wasn't even pushback. It's like, oh, why don't you weigh yourself at night? God, I can't fucking believe it. I'd like it. Who could even think about this? Aya says, aren't you a gym person? Me? No. I'm a lazy person. I want to get back to the gym. I would like to, but I never find myself making the time to do it. And that, like, it's not saying I don't. I have times that I could go to the gym, but I don't choose to do that. I should. I probably will soon, but
Anyways, as I was saying, the scale, all it does is measure my weight. And then it computes my BMI based on that because I told it how much I hit. But like the Withing scales are good scales. They're supposed to be very, very accurate. And so, yeah, I had a Withing scale before, and I broke it. It was glass.
Oh my God. I didn't know that was a thing. I always thought that was a joke. He broke the scale, guys. He broke the scale. He unironically just broke the scale.
I had to buy a new one. The new one only cost $60 though, because I bought the cheap one.
I bought the cheap.
Like the cheap one will be fine. And just all I want to do is measure my weight, and then it uploads it to my app, which is nice because then I get graphs because it uploads it to my app. But that's nice.
You could have gotten more graphs with the more expensive one.
So
I'm pretty sure. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I have like the $200 one that he's talking about, the Y things or with things, we things, whatever it is. Because I have one that does like body fat, it checks your liver, it does all this different stuff, and I'm like, this is all bullshit. None of this is true. Look at these pause faces. But anyway, they give you a shitload of graphs the more you buy. One like measures your muscle mass versus your fat in each like major area of your body. It's really wild.
if I'm happier, that all that matters.
Cutting the weight, fixing your life?
Maybe. But all right, it says 20 on the thing. I'm leaving it alone. So in 20 minutes, I'm going to see what we got on this thing. I apologize if I triggered anything. It's just like it's every time it's the same. I really should know better, and I really shouldn't be mad, but it's like the same thing. When you tell anyone what you're doing on a diet, if you tell anyone what you're doing when you work out, or you tell anyone like any of those things, people will endlessly like nitpick you. And it's just.
But they're not like some people are. It's the nature of, YouTube chats to troll whoever's talking about whatever, of course. But most people are just excited about this subject. And so they're like, hey, did you try this? Did you try this? And you're like, why are you nitpicking? It's like, they're not. They're trying to share a common experience with you based on a shared interest. So you could just say, no, I haven't tried that. Did it work for you? Or you could be like, why the fuck would you suggest that? Why would you do that? Why would you? I'm doing just fine. Like, calm down.
Really annoying. It's like, I'm doing this weight loss. Well, have you done this thing? It's like, this thing. It's like, it's just really annoying to me, right? Why? It's like everyone has endless suggestions. Maybe it's like, everyone has tips on how to raise your kids, right? It's like,
except you.
Have you tried this when raising kids? Right.
No one's asked you if you've tried this while raising kids. You're not raising kids. No one thinks you're raising kids. Where'd this come from? This is a weird one, right? Like this comes out of nowhere. Oh, everybody asked you if you tried this while raising kids. No one's asked you this.
And it's really fucking annoying. All right. It's really fucking annoying. It's like, so endless advice from endless people. I'm like, oh, you've tried this. So it's just really, it's like, dude, especially when what I'm doing is working so well. That's the thing that really gets to me. If it wasn't working,
is it working so well? I hope so.
At least then you would be justified by the fact it's not working. But you don't even have that going for you. It's like I've lost 21.8 pounds in the last 30 days. It's like, have you considered cutting out any food that's white? Have you considered keto? Have you considered weighing yourself in the evening?
Bro, you put 5 pounds of sausage unbrowned and without rendering the fat out into an Instapot full of fucking sodium liquid. And that sausage grease is going to just be infused into the sauce that you've made. Have you tried not doing that? It's is probably 10 to 20 times the amount of saturated fat you should consume during a day. And you're like, oh, have you tried? Yeah, people are genuinely asking because you have no fucking concept of what a diet or nutrition is at all. And it's obvious. Like it was obvious when you waddled onto the scene, but it's more obvious as you cook this food. You're like, look, this is healthy. It's not healthy because you put canned vegetables in it.
Because what, 21.8 pounds in 30 days isn't good enough for you guys?
No.
What the hell?
Dude, you broke a scale. You stepped on a scale and the glass quit living. Voluntarily exited this world. Nope. I'm never holding this again. I am not Atlas, and I will not hold the globe on my shoulders. They are supple and sleek and now broken. The glass exited reality when you stepped on it. No, 21 pounds isn't enough. You would still break the same scale. That's the scary part. You're still too big. In a month, lose 100 pounds. Lose 200 pounds. Get down there. Get down, shed off a human or two before you, it's not good enough. No, look at you.
You know? Jeez, Lord, man. You got advice from strangers when you're pregnant? See, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. It's just like, but what I'm doing is working. It's like, just leave it alone.
SD sock account says losing 21 pounds in 30 days means he cut 3,300 calories from his daily diet. Right. Except he didn't do that. Mongiorno, I believe, reduces the metabolism or reduces the metabolizing of calories. I don't think maybe it's just appetite suppression. Maybe that's it. But I think there's something else going on there. I mean, look, I was on the powdered diet, and you just don't eat. You just don't eat at all. Like you don't feel like it. If you put food in front of someone on the powdered diet, you just go like, you might take a bite or two because it tastes good. It tastes really good. Food tastes amazing. But you just don't eat. I mean, maybe a meal a day, maybe. Like if you take a day off or something. But so I don't know what Mongiorno does, but he's clearly eating, like he's filling his gullet with all this disgusting food. Rusty Shackelford says, Savage Nick is best Nick. Never change. I don't have any intention to. Very stuck in my ways.
And 20 pounds in 30 days is great. Yeah, I'm like, I thought it was pretty good. Number go down.
Stop saying
number go down. And then if you consider this, done this yet.
So I mean, he's losing 5 pounds a week? 5 pounds a week. Okay. We gotta do this. 5 pounds a week when you're 300, he would have been over 350 pounds. 5 pounds a week is not good results from a weight loss drug. Like they say you should lose, 2 to 3 pounds a week on like a good diet plan. But when you're morbidly obese, when you're over 30% over your BMI, like Kurt, you can lose a lot of weight really fast because you have so much to get rid of. And as a percentage, like those numbers start to skew. As a percentage of your overall weight, losing 3 pounds a week when you're 350 pounds is less than 1% of your, simple math. It's less than 1% of your body weight being cut. If you're on Ozempic or Mongiorno or whatever, you should be losing way more than 5 pounds a week at his weight. No one should be impressed with the results. And the reason they're not is because you're not changing your lifestyle enough. You're not changing your lifestyle enough. You're trying to let the drug do all the work. but you have to not eat. And my man, every time you cook, it's 25,000 calories and so much sodium. And it's all stuff. And you say, oh, it's going to take me 5 days to eat. But we all know it's not. You're going to eat it in 3 days. Maybe.
Yeah.
Rocco D2 says, that's pure speculation, Ricketts.
So, yeah. Just a little irritating sometimes. We ask because you're interested in what you're doing? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, maybe, fair enough.
Xenon, you just got to let it happen. Let it happen, baby.
Is that backyard out of the window? It's a patio.
Stick around like you're cuffed to the frame.
You lost 125 pounds. The divorce papers will be finalized? Well, I'm still a romantic sucker at heart. I'm a hardcore romantic. My parents have been married, what, 51, 50?
What was that? What just happened? What was that, chat? Now I need that was something. Something happened.
You lost 125 pounds. The divorce papers will be finalized? You lost 125 pounds. The divorce papers will be finalized? Well,
if I'm not mistaken, the chatter, presumably a woman, but we never know, is saying if Kurt loses 125 pounds, the divorce papers will be finalized, but Kurt isn't married. So I guess I would assume that they mean in their relationship. So if Kurt loses 125 pounds, this person's like, now you're sexy. I will divorce my spouse if you lose 125 pounds, and here I come, Big Papi. Make me that pizza casserole. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I got that way wrong. Okay, Joshua Nofsky says, chat said the guy will lose 125 pounds. His wife when the divorce is finalized. Okay, that was me. That was my autism. I was taking it too literally. My bad. Tara Rayner says, weight of their ex, Lamau. Man, I was really hoping. Like, I'm pulling for Kurt. I'm like, I want some uncivilian to divorce their spouse because Kurt hits a certain weight and then go for it. That is the arc I'm looking for. That would be amazing. Cherokee Girl says, no, Nick, 125 pounds is a woman's size. Not on a powdered diet.
I'm still a romantic sucker at heart. I'm a hardcore romantic. My parents have been married, what, 51, 52 years now? And so I always, obviously I don't know your situation, but I always get a little sad when it doesn't work out,
Why? And I don't mean that as like, why, you idiot? Why? I've caught myself in this. Like I used to hardcore defend the institution of marriage just as rote practice. And then I've just seen too many situations that people are in where defending the institution means keeping them in a cycle of abuse or in a perpetual state of dissatisfaction. It's like, well, is the institution worth defending or the people who are engaging the institution? Like the institution can have value and have virtue to it. And I think it does. I'm a marriage proponent, right? Like I am not a marriage doubt her or anything like that. But I do think that like, I get sad. That guy who is divorcing his spouse or whatever, divorced his spouse, and he didn't sound sad about it, right? And a lot of times there are people in this unstoppable cycle of some level of conflict or abuse that isn't resolved until they call it quits. And like for me, it's like I want people to work it out if they want to work it out, if they want to do that, if they desire to make things better. Yeah, but just defending the institution as a matter of course, I don't agree with anymore. My opinion has changed on that. Tara Rayner says that would be a miracle, not likely. Someone just going and hooking up with Kurt. I want them to.
So, yeah. I always get a little sad when it doesn't work out.
Lisa Ballerini says, because you converted from Catholicism to Protestant, Nick. I never officially converted or anything like that. And it has nothing to do with like, it has nothing to do with attending a Protestant church. They don't, the churches that I've attended don't put any value in divorce at all. That said, it's much more about just encountering people in different situations, on a personal level. And the reality is that this YouTube channel has exposed me to I've gotten to meet so many different people in so many different situations. And like I said, I will champion the hell out of marriage as an institution, and I will talk about the value that it can add to your life and why I think it's a good thing. I will do that happily. What I won't do anymore is automatically defend the institution without knowing the factual scenario of the people involved, because it might not be the right thing. Unfortunately, some people make mistakes, some people change, some things happen. And I just I think we lose sight of the people. It's like, oh, just suck it up and tough it out. It's like, why? Why should we encourage people to, especially when abuse is involved and other things like that? It's like, you should just do this. Like, okay. Like, I guess, I don't know. My opinion on it has just changed over the years. It's up to the people involved in it, right? Like, if they want to go for it. I would encourage them all day. Save your marriage. Find your spouse again when you lose it. Lisa says, you sound like a lawyer. Well, I'm very good at convincing people that I am. Stop snorting. What is that? What are you snorting?
I just wish everyone could be happy.
Everyone can't be happy. It's not possible. Don't wish for that.
I just wish everyone could be happy in relationships.
Stop. Stop looking at me. No, don't turn your head like that. You.
Yeah. How do you feel about divorce? It's not an option. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I haven't gotten married. It's because I never wanted divorce to be an option, really.
The Black Blade says your advice is still helping my relationship to this day, Nick. Thanks again, bud. Hey, you're welcome, man. Glad it's working out. Glad it's working out. And this is a theme of Kurt's, right? Like he has an unrealistic expectation and desire for things to go this way, and I think it stems from an expectation of what he believes he deserves. He wants everybody to be happy in relationships because he believes he deserves to be happy and in a relationship. And I would wager he believes that if he were in a relationship, he would be happier automatically. And so that comes out as this thing. Well, I just wish everybody could be happy in relationships. But it's not, everybody can't be happy all the time. Like it just doesn't work.
Watching John Wick. John Wick is cool.
What a subject change.
I'm not really sure no fault divorce was a good idea. There are many times I told my husband he should be grateful I took vows. Very cool. Like that. Very nice. I like that. That's a good comment. Respect.
We're thick and thin, the vows. Oh, Peachy Keen, you'll have to get used to patty leather.
Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one who takes marriage seriously. or like, it's like, or maybe just like.
Unmarried Kurt's like, sometimes I think I'm the only one who takes marriage seriously. I'm the only person who values it at all. It's just amazing.
People in general don't take marriage seriously. It's like, it's like, well, didn't we promise to be with each other forever until death do us part and all that? Doesn't that mean something? It's like, am I the last sane man left? Don't these words mean anything to anybody? I don't know, man. I mean, obviously, if there's abuse, if there's abandonment.
This is the problem. He takes that absolutist. Didn't you promise through good times and bad, sickness and health, right? Like through all of that. Isn't abuse, bad times, bad health? You just stay together. He's immediately walking it back after taking like this position that doesn't anybody remember what you promised? Well, obviously, though, if there's abuse. What is it obvious? Why is it obvious? You just said you made a promise to stay with a person through the best and worst times, in sickness and health, rich and poor, all of those things. And yet then you're like immediately, well, though, obviously. No, it's not obvious.
Man, if there's cause, if there's adultery, if there's cause, that's a whole nother thing. But like, it was like, don't these things mean things to people? Is it just me? I don't know, man. I don't know.
No, you just said, well, abuse is an exception that's obvious. So they clearly don't mean anything to you.
Yeah, that's why I have to choose well. Yeah, exactly. People change in your experience? Well, yeah, I mean, that's inevitable. But, yeah.
The inevitability.
Although at this point, I'm probably more studying my ways than I at a younger age. So I'm probably less likely to change dramatically at this point.
Meets that Mangiano fix. It's like, give me that.
You married since 19? Outstanding.
Why?
Excuse me.
Bless you. He sends these little like platitude statements, and I only want to ask why, because I want him to explain why it's outstanding to be married since 19. What about that is outstanding? It's just an incident. It's just a fact of how this person been married since 19. That's great. You don't know how old they are. What if they're 20? What if they're 80? Is it actually great that they were married since 19? Like, why? Why is that outstanding? I want to know. I just want him to defend the platitude.
Love is a verb. Yeah, there you go.
Love is a verb and a noun. It's not just a verb. It's also a noun.
Death do us part meant something to Henry VIII. Fair.
It's true. Monjaro? No, it's Monjaro.
Is that a Rockwell? Yeah, of course it is. Freedom of speech, baby.
Is that an original Rockwell?
Yeah.
Love is a battlefield.
Ten minutes. In about 6 minutes, I'm going to make the rice because it takes about 4 minutes to cook. And then I'm going to take what we got and I'm going to put it on the rice and I'm going to eat it. And we'll see how it turned out.
Health nuts out there. Just a reminder, he is throwing this slop over a pile of instant jasmine rice. Principled Uncertainty says he has to scratch. The insects feed off his sap. It's disgusting. Please never, ever, never say anything like that ever again. It hurts. Ew.
If Karen Reed ever gets made into a movie, Aunt Bev should be played by... It's funny. Amber Heard. It's funny. Do I have 2 pots? No, just the 1 pot. Why? It's instant rice. I'm just gonna make it.
You're gonna warm it up.
Do I have a final seasoning? Not really. Eight o'clock.
So much dead air.
Good luck with the diet. Thank you. So far, it's been very good. I think it's very interesting that the vast majority of divorces are filed by women.
Why?
I think that's a very interesting fact.
Why is that an interesting fact? What makes it interesting? Tell me.
They say men are afraid of commitment, but it's the women who tend to file for divorce, not men.
But the fear of commitment comes prior to the commitment. Once you've committed, you're not afraid of the commitment because you've made the commitment and now you're in it. You don't have a fear of commitment because you already committed. Look at his smug ass face. It's like, does he have a daily calendar of Andrew Tate facts? He's like, women file the majority of divorces. I find that interesting. Why? Here's a thought. And again, this is just where like numbers don't actually mean what you're trying to infer from them. But you know, men are more frequently accused of domestic abuse, except for in lesbian relationships where women are 100% of the problem. But men are more frequently accused of domestic abuse. So now you have a correlation between higher reporting rates of the man being violent and then, of course, higher divorces being filed by women. Are those two, is that correlative or causative? We don't know. Who knows? But like, that doesn't mean that there's not abuse going on. And it doesn't mean that like men don't want to get divorced or whatever. It's just the numbers in basically how it's brought. Also, traditionally, men have been the breadwinner of the family for a very long time. And so they might be more hesitant to enter into a proceeding, which they will then have to give half of their stuff away for the rest of their life. Like that they might also be more reluctant to do that. And then the other party might be more willing to do a thing where they get to take half of what the relationship has produced and then also maybe watch the kids and stuff like that. And so the dissatisfaction is incentivized. And again, this is under traditional commonplace gender roles. This is obviously not applying to all situations, and it is changing over time. But one side has been traditionally more incentivized to file divorce than the other side has been more traditionally incentivized to not file divorce. So that's going to skew the numbers. This is why I want to know why it's interesting. Why does Kurt find it interesting?
You tell him, Curdy, baby, you and your micropeen are the last real men. You and your meatballs must choose a daddy wisely forever.
Stella AI VTuber says counterpoint. We hoes ain't loyal. These damn hoes ain't loyal. Thank you, Stella.
That's pretty interesting, right?
Why?
Who's really afraid of commitment now?
Men would be still more afraid of commitment. If that truism is true, that would still mean that men are more afraid of commitment. Again, the women made the commitment with the men. They both made the commitment. The fear of commitment was overcome. Maintaining the commitment is different. But this also assumes, God damn it, I'm sitting here arguing over something pointless. This also assumes that the person filing for the divorce is breaking the commitment rather than maybe that filing is in reaction to a perceived breakage of the commitment. When a breach of contract occurs, the person suing isn't the person who's in breach. Usually, they're usually calling out the other side, saying, you broke the contract, you broke the agreement, you broke the commitment. Again, divorce is different because no fault divorce means we don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to decide that there is an actual breach. But I mean, like, it's just his brain does not work in this way like a lawyer's brain. And that's what really bothers me about Kurt as a lawyer. Like, he's a legal historian or whatever. Sure, great. Like, his Supreme Court knowledge and stuff, like that's always been his strong point, but his reasoning skills are not actually strong. In fact, often they're counterintuitive.
Are we going to see the result of the meatballs? That's the plan. That is the plan.
I want to see the results of these meatballs.
Mine changed after he took my lower teeth out. See, that's cause. Okay, if he punched you and he took out your lower teeth, that's cause.
Why?
All right. So that's that.
What marriage vow did he break? Right? If this is an exchange of promises. Now, maybe there is a specific vow not to abuse the other person, but that's not in most weddings. I don't know. Maybe people are uncomfortable saying it. I promise not to punch you in the mouth. That should be a vow, but that's cause. Cause for what? Why? Good times and bad, sickness and health. I don't believe this. I'm just trying to hold people to the standards that they're setting, right? He's like, they don't believe in their vows. Like, well, then you can't just say, well, that's cause. Doesn't work that way.
Who's afraid of commitment now, huh? Who's afraid of commitment now, Thank you so very much, Your Honor.
What the fuck?
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
Oui, oui, monsieur. Yes, James Yojimbo. I would like to.
That's a fine reason. I have no objection to that. You win that race, right? If he's abusing you have my permission to divorce. Not that you needed it, but you have it.
Yeah, Kurt.
Cost you $55,000. Yikes.
That's it. Good job, I guess. Maybe. Why is it a good job? That might have been all his money. I don't know. I shouldn't have said that. I take it back. I retract that statement.
Men are usually the abusers in relationships. Yeah, but you know how many divorces are for cause? You know, it's a pretty low list.
No, it like they don't have to be for cause now. That doesn't mean that they aren't for cause just because they raise them as irreconcilable differences, which is no fault divorce. Just because they don't assert a cause in court doesn't mean that it isn't for cause. Like this fucking, he's like, well, do you know?
Kurt has no understanding of these things. 22 years here. 1, he doesn't know how tough it can get, as you know. 2, this moron doesn't understand how fun a 40-something woman can get. 3, his lack of knowledge of these things skews his reality. Seriously, he doesn't get people change often, and the outside world adds to it. Also, micropene makes it more difficult.
Damn. Gen X medic spitting facts over here.
You know, almost all divorces are filed because of, irreconcilable differences. You know,
imagine rather than going to the court and saying in public, my husband cheated on me, my wife cheated on me, whatever, like they hit me, they did all this stuff. They also really they never fucking turn the sink off. It's always dribbling water. Like, imagine instead of having to go and air out the dissatisfaction you have in your life, you could just go not do that and still get the same result. Like, imagine that were the case. What would you do? Would you put in a publicly accessible document all of the bad things that you had to endure, maybe the degrading and humiliating aspects of it? Or would you just go and say, you know what, we had irreconcilable differences, which says enough. He has no concept that there could possibly be a reason behind the irreconcilable differences. He's like, no, I mean, that's what they file it for. It's like, yeah, because they don't have to say the hard, nasty, traumatic parts of their life to the world. They don't have to do that if they go the other way. You just can't fathom it.
Divorces for cause are pretty rare.
You don't have to have a cause anymore.
Women are much poorer after divorce than men. I find that difficult to believe.
Why? I find that difficult to believe. They took away spousal support as a default from almost every state. So now you really don't get alimony, or if you do get alimony, it's a limited alimony based on maybe the time it would take to have education or make up for lost time in a career, something like that. You get child support, but child support is supposed to go for paying for children. My children cost a fucking ton. So like, not in child support, just in real costs. So like the amount that would have to be paid would be astronomical, right? Like that's how it goes. And so, but that cost is then presumably and supposed to be going towards the care of the children. So like, it's, I know some women don't do this and some men don't do this with the child support, that money that they get, they use it on themselves, not on the children. I get it. But the amount that you're paying in child support is typically absorbed primarily by the care for the children. And so then why are you assuming that the gender that tends to work and earn less over the course of their life, why are you assuming they would be more wealthy after divorce? It doesn't make any sense. Again, these are not irrational concepts. For Kurt makes them irrational in his mind. And I don't know if it's because he's just like in his anger, he found places to kind of distort reality and he latched onto it as some sort of like proof texting or what?
It seems like men get the shaft in divorces, to be honest, based on what I can tell.
Right, but men primarily and more frequently are the main earners and the higher earners in the household. So therefore, even though they're getting the shaft in divorce over and they may take a beating right away, over time, they're going to continue the higher earnings that they had. And the woman, especially after a long marriage, if she wasn't working and keeping up with the career, is going to have trouble ever catching up, even if she got the majority of what the marriage owned. The man will still end up typically out earning her pretty quickly and surpassing that stuff, especially when he's not spending that money on the family or as much money on the family for day-to-day stuff. Like, his reasoning skills just don't exist.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Can you ask my opinion on political vibe and feeling disheartened the U.S. Canada hate each other? Well, we're definitely having a tiff at the moment. I'm not sure if we hate each other, but we're having a tiff. The tiff is we're going to invade your country, so that's one hell of a tiff. But yeah, I think this too shall pass.
What are you doing? He's just rattling a spoon inside of a bowl? What the hell?
Misman, minute, Jisman rice.
Jasmine. Hold on. I'm pretty sure homeboy just said minute Jisman. Minute Jisman rice.
Misman, minute, Jisman rice.
Calling all minute Jisman. Please make a reason for cleanup on aisle Kurt. All minute Jisman. Scott Christie Jones says this is better than the Ice Cube movie. Which one? Minute Jisman. Why is Kurt eating his rice? I don't know. I must be joking. It's the only thing I can think of. Scott Christie Jones says cooking with Kurt makes my week. Cooking with Kurt makes me weak. Oh wait, I didn't even notice. There's his dragon picture right there in the kitchen. This whole time I haven't even been looking to see it. And there it is. I was wondering where it is because some of the previous cooking videos he did at at a different apartment. And so this is his new apartment, and I hadn't seen his dragon picture. There it is right here. Very happy. I'm glad. Mr. K immediately like, it's crooked. Stop. Yes, it is. But come on, he did his best. Leah Baker says, Kurt, what life experiences can you draw from? None in this discussion that I can think of. Like nothing in the marriage and relationship discussion. I mean, I know he's had some level of relationship, but he's talking about big issues. And yeah, I don't know where he's drawing any information from personal experience on that stuff. Minute Chisman Rice. Rice time, Chisman time. Ashley Lovelace, that was cold.
Where's my plates?
Jennifer Vernier says, what's up with the dragon picture? How's it significant? On multiple of the cooking videos, he has told the story about how he acquired the dragon painting. It's his favorite painting. It's one of his favorite possessions. And he talks about it with this reverence that's there. And that's why I was so confused when I didn't see it in his new apartment. Also, his mom has told him that the dragon picture is unprofessional and should not be even in the private home of a lawyer, and that he should take it down and throw it out. And he stood up to her, which is the correct move. And he said, no, Mom, this is my favorite picture and I love it. Also, I rolled a D20 and got a 17 on my persuasion check. So I'm keeping it. Yeah, I was just, the way he talks about it, I was bewildered that it wasn't around. And there it is. So I'm happy to see that.
What's over here? Cooking rice song. The cooking rice song. It's glorious. I'm gonna get up my cheese, so I'm gonna do that in a second.
I didn't know it was Titty Cam Tuesday or Thursday, I guess. Friday? It's Friday now. Holy shit. Fat Friday. More cheese. More cheese. That's all the cheese you put in there. Okay, so he had the 6 cheese Italian style shredded cheese blend. I just found it because we hadn't factored this in. That has 8 servings per container and 210 milligrams of sodium per serving. So, we've got another 1,700 roughly milligrams of sodium going into the dish with the cheese that he's already put in there. Now he's opening another bag of cheese to do who God knows what. Wait, did he do 2 bags of that? Or this is his second bag, I think. But he has 3 just in case. He had 2 bags in the pot? No. Oh my God.
First, why does he have an apartment? Why hasn't he bought a damned house? Second, congratulations on being number 3 on Super Tips.
Gen X Medic, thank you. Thank you. Working on it. Trying to get to number 1 on Super Tips. We'll see. Crow Minion, I only remember 1 bag going in. I thought he had 3, put 1 in and put 2 away for later, but he did just pull out the second one.
Rice is cooking, baby. Rice is cooking. Rice is ricing. Two minutes and a half. Hey, Artie, how you doing?
Why is it so loud? What's happening? It's so loud now.
Stealing your bit? Do you cook? I've done cooking streams before. I didn't know you cooked. Oh, you cook? Excellent. Cool. Didn't know that.
Random chatter's like, oh, you're stealing my bit. I also cook. He's like, oh, you cook? Holy shit. Like, wow. I didn't know I'd run into another person who did. Like, that's crazy. I had no idea. I'm sorry. Like, I didn't know. How would I know you cooked? Like, that's insane to me. Whew. All the people I meet, I never met another cooker before. That's cool. Wait, who did he say? What? What name did he say?
Stealing your bit? Do you?
Wait, okay, wait.
Two minutes and a half. Hey, Artie, how you doing?
Artie. I don't. It's not Art the Clown. Is Art? Was that you? That wouldn't have been you.
This is not how you cook rice. It doesn't look fluffy. It looks soggy. And for God's sake, don't damage the rice with such a spoon. I am a rice master. Since I was 6, I cook rice. And damn, I'm Asian.
We know. We knew the moment you're like, this is not how you cook rice. Like, oh, shit, Asian in the chat. Everybody math up. No, we knew. But you're right. But he's using minute rice. So it doesn't matter. Like, it's already, this is already an abomination to you. And look, this is a thing that we do in the West. And I'm so sorry. We mass industrial par cook rice. And then we bring it to us Americans who we can't do 20-minute rice. We have to have 5-minute rice. So we have it par cooked and they add a bunch of preservatives to it. And then we just add a little bit more water and cook it a little bit longer. And then it cooks up. To make it easier for us. You guys are way better at it than us. Like, you plant it and stuff too. It's crazy. You have like pond fields that you plant rice in all the time, and then you just pull it out of the ground. We don't even know how to do that. So forgive us, lazy Westerners.
Stealing your bit? Do you cook? I've done cooking streams before. I didn't know you cooked.
Didn't know that, Artie.
Oh, you cook? Excellent. Cool. Didn't know that.
Art says that wasn't a random chat guy, Nick. That was me under my alt. Artie the Clown. Lol, it has a Sonic Shoe Medallion logo. No, you didn't. Artie's like, I do a little cooking. Did you hold on? Look at these eyes. Look at that. Look at the look on his face. I'm gonna kiss you. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth. Oh, oh God, it's so gross. Look at it. It looks like abstract art. Mommy, I drew Mars. That's sweet, my 3-year-old child. What is happening in this pie? I want to see him pull out one of those gray, sad meatballs. All that grease and the melted cheese just mixed up with the tomato water is so fucking foul. Joe the pedo Biden, great name, says, here's some for the super tips. Don't understand how anybody could be okay with being that fat. It's a good question. I don't either. But I mean, in Kurt's defense, he's not okay with it, right? Like, he is trying to get skinnier. So Rocco D2, you don't need to, buddy. You don't need to. Don't do that. That's how FPS Russia got tagged. You don't want to mess around with that stuff. So loud. Finn Zippo says, do you remember the I doubt it white trash shooting? What happened to that case?
I doubt it.
What happened to that case is the father, the old man who says, I doubt it. He was convicted of murder, and his son was not. His son was found not guilty. The likely explanation is that the father was provoking the other person to violence. He said, take your swing, come and get it. He didn't ever display fear of imminent bodily harm or death. He kind of welcomed it. And if you do that, if you provoke the incident and then try and justify it with self-defense after, you have a tough time. But that's how that case turned out. Nicola Maxwell. Nick, I just woke up. I was rewatching your last stream at 2 a.m. It's my birthday today. Slept late. Hope you're doing good. I don't know if I'm doing good, but I'm doing well. And happy birthday, Nicola. I hope you have a really good one. I hope you're feeling better today, too. Catastrophe says internal server error. Super tip. Thank you very much for that. I love this. This is why his content is so good. He's just away from the camera, just with the water running. Nothing else. He's not like yelling anything out.
All right. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got.
Rice in song. Rice all day long. Rice cooking song.
Cooked rice.
Ah,
It smells very nice. Just the rice always smells nice.
Smells like jasmine and rice. Jasmine and starch. It's beautiful. Really a wonderful pairing.
Smells nice. Okay. Let's see what we got.
Another victim angle, like wedged under a table, like, get in there. People are coming into the house. Stay quiet. Oh, yeah, no. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. More meatball. It's like the fucking slime that they murdered the cartoons with in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Look at this stovetop. It's just, this stovetop has been catching strays its whole life. It was born in the hood. Kim Bent says, this hopeless romantic absolutely loathes women. Nice to see you back, Nick. Which subscription do you have on Suno, if you don't mind sharing? I have the top level private one, the one below the corporate customized one. The maximum credits that you can get. Oh, look at all the cheese! One bowl. Guys, I want to point out something. Wait, I think it's just rice crusted on that spoon. Look at this spoon. Okay, you got stuff just sticking all to it. Is this a spoon that he was stirring with and with the raw meat on it? Did he wash it? I don't think he washed it. I think it's the same spoon. How is he alive?
Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot.
When someone makes something like this and is precariously carrying it through their house over carpet, you just want them to fall and just have that bowl of red staining slop just blast out across the floor. Like one of my favorite pictures from the internet. I don't know where else to describe it. This is just a picture of a staircase. And there's just fucking mess all over it. And the guy's like, I was walking downstairs and the cat tripped me on the stairs. I spilled a whole fucking pot of chili. And you're like, God damn it. Burn the house down and vacate it. You're never cleaning that up. There's no way to fix it. Whenever I'm watching Kurt, I'm like, just fall, just drop that thing. Just make the biggest mess. Cause it reminds me of that picture. Don't show us your computer screen. Was that on E-Bomb's World? Yes. Yes. LAI, I'm pretty sure it was. No, I don't want to do that. No, go away. Hold on. I've got it. Here. Just for a second. Here's the picture I'm talking about. Stepped on my cat coming downstairs with a bowl of fucking chili. It's a disaster. That would be the worst day. You can't clean this up. It's impossible. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh yeah.
Oh
man. All right. First of all, the red pepper didn't wind up being too dominant. It could actually even do.
It was a dirty sub. It was a dirty sub red pepper. It wasn't dominant at all. Let me take control. Look, I love it. He's going to tell us about like notes in the food. He's like, we got notes of apricot and, unsealed oak.
A little bit more than that. So I could actually add in even more red pepper than what I did, but I definitely didn't add in too much because I know there were some people who are really worried it would be too spicy, but it's really, really not.
Yeah.
The red pepper is just adding this it's actually
richness.
A lot more mild than I think a lot of you guys were anticipating. And even me.
To me, it didn't look like he put that much red pepper in, but again, 1.5 gallons of liquid.
Too, because I was worried that I might have had too much, but I definitely didn't add too much. It's just a nice little residual heat in the back. It's just a very nice. I could even be a little bit more, to be honest. But of course, it's easier to add than take.
He's like stimming with the hand up, like he's praising the Lord for this red pepper. Now you notice something. Earlier I mentioned his skin was looking a lot smoother. Notice it looks way worse right now than it did earlier. And so I wonder if like the bumps on his skin are a reaction to something, like an autoimmune thing. Like I get hives when I get warm, right? Like they don't show up on my face as much. For me, it starts on the arms and stuff like that. But I wonder if he has something similar because I didn't notice the bumpiness before.
Take away. So there's nothing wrong with that. And also, like I was a little bit worried about too much garlic. There's not too much garlic. Worried about there being too much of that Italian herb, better than bouillon. There's not too much of that either.
You love all of these things. Of course, it doesn't seem like too much, but I would never try this. I would never try this food, but I can't imagine it's balanced in any way.
So it turned out to be a very nicely balanced dish.
I doubt it.
The cheese is nicely balanced.
The cheese is nicely balanced. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it turned out to be a very nicely balanced dish.
Oh God. Pour those eyes.
The spicy meatballs, because
his valve is spurting right now. Lori 0909 over on Rumble says, great show as always. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the Rumble rant there.
I got the spicy meatballs. The pork is spicier than the red pepper. So the heat, such as it is coming from the meat itself. But the red pepper actually is not really adding that much stuff into it. It's just really, really nice. The stewed tomatoes, stewed tomatoes definitely is just like
done.
Just awesome shit.
Awesome.
Guys, this might be one of my most successful cooking with Kurt's yet. I'll tell you what. You guys are missing out.
Guys, this might be my most successful cooking with Kurt yet. This was like 3 months ago that he made this one. Like this is recent. Which means all those other ones. This is his most successful. can't. The slopping sounds as he just prods at it with his spoon. Does this look like someone who's enjoying what they're eating? Like, he is raving about this food. He doesn't look like he's enjoying anything about it. God, it's like walking in a strip club after hours.
You see that tomato? See that stupid tomato on there?
No, you dropped it. What are his eyes doing? Oh.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Why is he rubbing his eyes in his face? This is way spicier than he let on, or it's way saltier or something. Like this is clearly I know he said it was balanced, but I don't believe him because of how he's reacting right now. His body is physically reacting to what he's eating in a negative way. Mr. K says it's not crying, so he can't enjoy it. Oh, God.
Most people never get that food is for fuel, not for fun. Imagine topping your car, then just keep filling gas cans and putting them in the back.
Yeah. I love filling my trunk and my back seat to the roof with gas cans. It's why I'm in an asylum. Don't judge me.
Don't want to run out of gas on the way to Berkeley.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the weird the weird spoon usage is creeping me out. Like, he gets a big heaping spoon, but then he teeths off part of it. Like, I don't know about you guys. I put my spoon in my mouth and then my, like, lips scrape, like, pull all the food off of it and it comes out clean-ish. But I might be weird. Maybe I'm the wrong one.
I would stop acting up. Can you get a bite? I'll tell you what, man.
Oh!
That's an incredible.
No! This man looks like he's doing a fucking Hot Wings challenge. He looks like he's gonna die, like, or burst, or go sweat and shit at the same time. Rocco D2 says saliva cheese pull. Oh, God. Here we go. Guys, it's so balanced. His nose is now running uncontrollably from the spice. That's how balanced this dish is. He's just wiping it on his hand towel. What a savage. He doesn't even fucking care. He'll give you that to wipe your face off later.
That's an incredible dish. That is an incredible dish. So for those of you who like to follow my recipes. Oh, and the sardines also, by the way. The sardine flavor actually kind of
it was anchovy. It wasn't sardine. It was anchovy.
Disappears. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add in, I think, a tablespoon, maybe 2 of Worcestershire sauce to the mix. And mix that in. And get a little bit of additional umami flavor. Because the sardines actually didn't wind up being too powerful at all. So I'm going to mix in a little Worcestershire sauce for a little additional flavor complexity.
He said he was going to add umami. Then he's like, I'm going to add in some Worcestershire sauce. And now it's for flavor complexity. These are just words. He doesn't know what they mean at all. Holy fuck. I don't even know what to do with any of this. Like, I don't know how to assess this anymore. Now it's just insane. Look
I know
at
I've got some somewhere. Aha, here it is. Excellent.
how much. It's 6.5 quarts. How much Worcestershire is he going to put in there? Just got a half bottle. It looks like a teaspoon, I guess.
I think 3 tablespoons will do the trick.
Those are tablespoons. I was wrong.
It's up below my plate there too.
All right, hold on. Lee and Perrin's original Worcestershire sauce. Serving size is 1 teaspoon. So each of those tablespoons was 3 servings. He did 3 of them. So we have 9 teaspoons. 9 teaspoons going in, 65 milligrams a piece. I don't think it's enough. We have a sodium counter, 9 times 65 in the pot. Flavor complex.
Where's my red pepper flakes?
More of those red pepper flakes. Take the fucking shaker top off. Just take the shaker top off, pour some red pepper flakes in your hand and dump them in the pot. What are you doing? Why are you playing with us like this? Why? I don't want to hear your fucking maraca ass going dumping peppers all over the place. Just put them in your hand and put it in the pot. I'm at a Cuban liberation party.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that a chance. I'm gonna give that a chance to blend in. As long
Give it a chance to blend. Are you going to leave it overnight? Like, you're not cooking it again. What do you expect? The oils of those red pepper flakes aren't just going to magically seep out into the thing in any time today.
we're here, I could theoretically add in the other bag of cheese.
Oh God!
So I'm going to.
The other bag of cheese. The other bag of cheese. Got it. Got it. We weren't going to leave the man behind. I don't like the sounds. I don't like the sounds. Holy fuck. Okay, guys. He made 5 pounds of meatballs, right? I found him. We're on that sodium content, right? We got to watch. Here we go. Spicy Italian pork meatballs. I found them from HEB. Each package has 4 servings. Okay? So there's 20 servings. Are you ready? Each serving has 710 milligrams of sodium. Each one. Each serving is also 320 calories. So multiply those by 20. Holy fuck. Oh my God. What is this? We got 710 times 20. 14,000. 14 grams of sodium just in the meat. Just in the meat. It's just the meat. Also, 27 grams of fat per serving. Fuck me. It's what 54 or 540 grams of fat. 540 grams of fat. How many grams in a pound? So 1 pound, 1 pound of fat would be 453 grams. He's got more than that. It's amazing. Whoa. Whoa.
Fun fact, Nick, Kurt's creation would cause a Geiger counter to ping off the charts. Enough sodium and pressure, he's creating heavy radioactive elements.
So I think the count so far, JB has it, total is 24,750 milligrams of sodium. It's 24. Guys, it's more sodium than I had cocaine. In one dish. In one dish. It's more sodium. Fuck me. This is unreal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. 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 That's a bingo. That's a bingo.
Bingo, baby. No! Just stop. My victim flashbacks are coming back. Why is he doing that? Why is he sending it to the camera? No. Wait, Nicola has a spoon question. What was that? Let me see if I can do it. Okay, keep scrolling. Can you use bigger spoons? The ones that touch the inside of your mouth or teeth when you eat? Important question. Do a poll. Can people cope with a bigger spoon? I mean, I can. I'm always down for bigger spoons. We still have this poll going about Michael Rappaport. And the thing. My YouTube is a mess. Like my windows are all like they're like maxed out on memory or whatever. I'm trying to refresh my YouTube chat window because whew, it is moving slow. Okay, hold on. I think I got to refresh this. YouTube has a chat memory issue. It's going so slow right now. Okay, come on. There we go. There we go. All right. I feel like Kurt's arteries. Nothing's moving.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to enjoy my meal. And it's a total winner. So I would recommend this recipe.
Oh my God.
Strongly.
Don't he just fucking assaulted the entire planet. I recommend this recipe. Don't do that to people. Kurt has 3 colors, white, red, and lobster.
The anchovies, by the way, completely like disappeared into the dish.
Yeah,
didn't wind up being overpowering at all. I could have probably added in the whole can. It would probably been fine.
Why would you?
Everything about the dish is just like brilliant. Recommended.
Brilliant.
So do that, make it for yourself. You'll have a lot of, and of course you could serve it over pasta. You can serve it over rice.
Mr. K, yeah, he put anchovies in there for the umami, which doesn't make any fucking sense because like you can get umami from a whole bunch of places that aren't anchovies. Yeah, he put 5 of them in.
Do whatever you want, but brilliant dish. It might be one of my best cooking with Kurt's ever. So just awesome. All right, I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends. I hope all's well. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.
Were you able?
No. What the hell? No, don't.
All right. Completely like disappeared into the dish. Didn't wind up being overpowering at all. I could have probably added in the whole can. It would probably been fine.
Not like
everything about the dish is just like
brilliant.
Recommended. So do that, make it for yourself. You'll have a lot of, and of course you can serve it over pasta. You can serve it over rice. You can do whatever you want, but brilliant dish. It might be one of my best cooking with Kurt's ever. So just awesome. All right. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends. I hope all's well. Cheers for now, my friends. All right. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends. I hope all's well. Cheers for now.
I hope all's well. I hope all's well. Gotta go.
My friends, and goodbye.
There we go. TV says, please make this dish exactly like this. No, I've been trying really hard to get my like health numbers all in provide. I finally got my triglycerides for the first time in my life. They're down in the normal level. I've always been high on triglycerides, and I have for the past 3 years been working on getting them to in the normal range. And I'm now in the normal range. I'm below 150. If I eat that dish, I'll die. I'll just die. Bunny Murphy says, what the hell was that dish, by the way? That was meatballs and sauce. Meatballs and sauce. Well, guys, that closes out. I did not mean to go almost 5 hours tonight. Sorry if you're all worn out like me. CL Lightwolf says, I come back from a drunk walkabout for this. Yeah, you did. And you know it was the right decision to come back. Watch Nick Rekieta, they said. It's very insightful, they said. Who lied to you? Who hurt you? All right, guys. I need to go to bed. I've got an early morning tomorrow, and I will see you guys. The plan is to do a stream tomorrow night, so hopefully we'll do that. And keep checking on locals. You can watch on locals or Twitter for the announcements. You can join locals for free for just announcements whenever I do a live stream. Also try and update them when I'm doing a guest stream as well. Like if I'm guesting on someone else's show, so that you know about it. sometimes the way the timing works out, I don't always get to it, but I try to do that. Anyway, on your way out, hit the like button. I really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the wonderful night. All that pizza casserole. We did cheesy eggs with Kurt, right? Like we did those. I think we did those. You guys, we did cheesy eggs cooking with Kurt. I don't know. This isn't the one. Like the one I found is great. I can't wait. All right, guys. I will catch you later today, I suppose. Have a good night. Peace. Peace. In the stream. I always do that way too.
He drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the Freud. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have.